Humanity has hundreds of stories regarding the creation of the universe, the history of the planet, and the birth of mankind. Some of these stories are oral traditions and are handed down to subsequent generations in the form of songs and folklore. Other civilizations managed to record these tales in writing, forming the many religions and mythologies that we know today. Giving the subject of religion and mythology no more than a cursory glance, one may be forgiven for believing that these myths of history and creation are the misguided accounts of an ignorant and superstitious people. Truly, the stories of myth are easy to dismiss. Modern man has, for the most part, accepted the assertions of psychologists regarding these ancient tales. The gatekeepers of psychology, men like Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung, have suggested that the stories told by ancient man are no more than the symbolic retellings of a conflict occurring in the psyche of the individual. They reason that the gods of ancient man are no more than different aspects of the self. For example, each mythology seems to have at least one good god and one trickster or villain god, and these two gods represent the internal and external battle of good versus evil within the heart of every individual. With the wild tales of mythology being food for the incredulous, and often describing impossible happenings, this view of mythology is understandable. This interpretation of mythology, that mythology is no more than the embodiment of an individual's and society's inner struggles, is echoed in the universities, Discovery Channel specials, and everything in between. But there is something missing from this explanation. The gaping hole in this reasoning comes from the incredible consistencies woven into man's many creation stories. These consistencies are so numerous and remarkable that they invite the curious mind to explore them, if for no other reason than to explain the similarities away. Since the internal conflict in the hearts and minds of man can be symbolized by any implements, and since each mythology is retold in a way peculiar to that civilization, it's curious that ancient man would still tell a collective story regarding creation and history. The most well-known and prototypical of these creation stories comes from the Bible. In the first book of the Bible, God creates the universe, earth, animals, and humanity in 6 days, resting on the seventh day. The first two humans, named Adam and Eve, were given a paradisical land called the Garden of Eden. It is at this point a character called the serpent, who is unambiguously described as the enemy of God, tricks Eve into eating the fruit from the tree that the Most High God forbade. The serpent's claim was that the fruit God so adamantly forbade was capable of remaking Eve as the gods. After biting into the forbidden fruit, Eve's eyes were opened, and she came to know good and evil. Eve then convinces her husband, Adam, to also eat of the fruit, thereby opening his eyes as well. When God discovered what the primal couple and the serpent had done, Adam and Eve were banished from paradise. Adam and Eve leave the garden and begin having children to the east. As humankind began to multiply, the serpent, also called the sons of God, began to lust after human women, and soon began to procreate with our race. The offspring of this union, beings who were half human and half angel, would be called the Nephilim. These Nephilim, often referred to as giants, had superhuman strength and abilities, and were known as men of renown. This early civilization, which included fallen angels, Nephilim, and humans, became increasingly wicked. After our wickedness reached a boiling point, God could no longer restrain his angry hand, so he alerts a righteous man named Noah that he is soon to destroy the world in a flood, and that Noah's family should begin straightaway building a large boat so that he and his family may survive the earth's coming inundation. What's more, Noah was told to bring 2 of every animal, so that earth may be repopulated after the flood waters subside. The vast majority of angels, Nephilim, and mankind were killed in this flood, which lasted for 40 days. Before the waters subsided, Noah released a raven from the ark to discover whether dry land was yet peaking above the waters, but it only flew back and forth. Next, Noah released a dove into the air, and the bird returned with an olive branch, indicating to Noah that there was indeed land nearby. With the waters subsiding, the ark would come to rest on a mountain named Ararat. Noah, his family, and the animals exited the ark and once more began to replenish the earth. After the descendants of Noah successfully repopulate the earth, they again lose God's favor. Instead of dispersing and filling every quarter of the planet, they concentrate in a land called Babylonia. The king of Babylonia, Nimrod, endeavored to build a tower that could reach heaven. This is the famous Tower of Babel. God, who is enraged by Nimrod's presumption and arrogance, takes matters into his own hands by confusing the languages of Nimrod's workforce. The Babylonian kingdom is instantly cast into disorder as its inhabitants no longer speak a single language. This act of confusing the languages accomplished God's original intent for humanity, because it caused humanity to finally split up and occupy the whole earth, and, most importantly, not reach heaven. Although Bible stories are the most well known, especially in the West, they are not the first and they are not unique. Humanity's relationship with the serpent is indeed a strange one. The nature of the reptile is alien to our own, so humans have a natural aversion to reptiles. Humans are characterized by both the cold-blooded way of the reptile and compassionate sympathies that violate our sense of self-preservation and seem to stem from a mystical place in the soul. And if a human were forced to choose between the death of a reptile and the death of a mammal, he or she would most probably consign that serpent to death rather than the likes of a bunny rabbit. So it's quite curious that humans have, for so many thousands of years, revered the serpent and frequently associated it with the gods. There's hardly a single point on the globe, or in history, whose local population did not associate the gods with serpents and dragons. In the Bible, the serpent is often spoken of as the enemy of God. And in one case, the Bible refers to Satan as that old serpent. Even though the whole of the Bible identifies the serpent with evil, even Jesus was heard saying, "Be as harmless as doves and as wise as serpents." The problem with this statement taken literally is that reptiles aren't exactly the geniuses of the animal kingdom. Warm-blooded animals are, on the average, more intelligent than reptiles. Considering the serpent to be a creature of wisdom is an interesting choice, considering that the serpent is mostly instinctual. Egypt, a civilization dating back to 2500 BC, allegedly, also has a pantheon of gods associated with the serpent. In fact, it is nearly unheard of for an Egyptian god to be depicted without a serpent. Even the pharaohs of Egypt wore a uraeus on their headpiece. The uraeus was a serpent, which symbolized the immortals. Gods of Greek mythology are likewise associated and often depicted with snakes. Meanwhile, here in the New World, the mythologies of the Mayans, Aztecs, Incas, and Native Americans is replete with serpent symbolism. Hinduism, the prevailing religion of India, is yet another religion whose gods are consistently associated with snakes. In China and the whole of the Orient, the immortal gods are connected to or described as dragons and serpents. In Islam, the serpent is associated with Satan and demons. In Voodoo, the gods are again associated with serpents. Reptile gods are seen as far east as the Pacific Islands. No matter what place or age we examine, serpents provide a central theme in that region's mythological tales. Serpents are also repeatedly associated with villains. Even more frequently than the themes of serpentine gods is the theme of a global flood. The number of stories regarding a worldwide flood is incredible, and the similarities between the various tales of inundation are even more alarming. Most people who are even remotely familiar with Atlantis will know that it was consumed by a flood. In the Norse tradition of Sweden and Norway, a flood which poured forth from the bleeding god Ymir consumed the whole of humanity, save a man named Bergamir and his wife, who survived the flood using a hollowed-out tree trunk as a vessel. In the Sumerian Babylonian accounts, a man named Utnapishtim is warned by a god, Ea, that another god, Enlil, intends to flood the earth. Utnapishtim then built a massive boat and loaded his wife and two of every animal on board. As the flood began to subside, Utnapishtim released the dove as Noah did to see if there was dry land nearby. And like Noah from the Bible, the boat finally rested on a mountain. In Chinese mythology, Gong, the serpent-looking water god, wanted to expand his sphere of influence and so contrived to flood the world. Gong nearly succeeded but was stopped by the righteous god Zurong. In Greek mythology, Zeus is enraged by the evil mankind was partaking in, and so therefore plotted to destroy everything on earth in a great flood. But wily Prometheus warned a man named Deucalion, who builds a chest and survives the flood. In Persian mythology, the benevolent god Ahura Mazda tells a man named Yima that a terrible winter of frost and snow is upon him. Ahura Mazda commands Yima to build an underground enclosure to protect two of every creature and a small group of choice people. In Serbian legends, a rooster who acts as a messenger of God becomes increasingly ignored by decadent humanity. Man's greed unleashed a torrent of water from an egg that can be paralleled to a Pandora's box. Only one man, Pranyas, survived this flood by hanging on to a grapevine. The people of Southeast Asia say that a flood consumed all of humanity, save a small number of men and women aboard a raft. The Mandans, a Native American tribe, tell the story of Lone Man, who, together with the Creator, fashioned the earth and humanity. Lone Man, who was very much a savior figure, entered the world of man because he saw that humanity was plagued by evil spirits. In order to enter our world, however, Lone Man needed to be born from the womb of a virgin mother. One day a virgin girl was eating corn, so Lone Man transformed himself into a kernel of corn, which the virgin girl ate and became pregnant from. The virgin's parents considered the pregnancy holy, and the child, who was in fact a Lone Man reincarnated, was perfect in all his ways. After growing into a young man, the day came for an annual trip by boat, where Lone Man insisted the boat sail despite the presently bad weather, much to the protest of the 12 men already on board. Yet the boat did sail, and during the voyage was attacked by demons. Lone Man made short work of these attacks, and when the boat was endangered by a whirlpool, Lone Man rose to his feet and reminded the whirlpool that it was he, Lone Man, that created the waters. The whirlpool promptly dissipated. One day, Lone Man arrived to an island, proclaiming that a flood was soon to destroy the earth, and that a fortress must be built at the center of the village. He promised to return one day, and after leaving the village, the flood waters did come, which protected those who believed him. It's important to note that this tale of a chosen one who travels with 12 guys predates the arrival of Europeans to North America. In the African myth from the Mande people of Mali, an evil god named Pemba fell from heaven and was barred from returning because he stole male seeds from God. Pemba spread tainted seeds, born from incest, upon the ground. Pharaoh, his righteous twin brother that dwelt in heaven and took the form of a fish, was forced to sacrifice himself for Pemba's sin. His body was cut into 60 pieces, and the pieces formed trees which spread across the earth. Trees are, according to the Mande people, symbols of resurrection. The Most High God brought Pharaoh back to life and sent him to earth in human form aboard an ark. The ark, which landed on Mount Corolla, was of course loaded with a small group of humans and two of every animal. The Incas of Peru tell the story of a creator god named Viracocha, who created the world that was populated by giants he carved from stone. These giants were terribly disobedient and disorderly, and Viracocha destroyed this race of giants with a massive flood. The Hindu tradition of India, like countless others, often describes gods as taking human form and incarnating on earth. The many incarnations of Vishnu upon the earth are certainly modeled after and considered to be a savior figure. The first incarnation of the benevolent god Vishnu arrived to earth in the form of a fish and warned a man named Manu of a coming flood. The fish informed Manu to build a massive ark which, needless to say, saved Manu's life. In the Aztec mythologies of Mexico, only two humans survive a massive flood. Coxcoxtli and his wife, Xochiquetzal, survived the great inundation in a boat they were told to construct prior to the flood. After the subsiding of the flood waters, their boat came to rest on a tall mountain. In yet another Central American tradition, that of a tribe called the Mexicanaics, the god Tezcatlipoca desired to destroy all of mankind. This god, however, schemed to spare a small group of humans to repopulate the planet after the coming flood. So he spared a man named Tezpi, his wife, and their family in a large boat which, as usual, they were told to build and subsequently load with various animals. As the flood waters began to diminish, Tezpi sent out a vulture to assess whether the boat could be disembarked. The vulture did not return, nor did some of the other birds Tezpi released. Finally, he released a hummingbird, which did return with a branch in its mouth, confirming for Tezpi the presence of dry land. Tezpi, his family, and a multitude of animals depart from the ship and repopulate the earth. In the Popol Vuh, the sacred stories of the Mayans, the great god created humans by carving them from wood, but soon humanity lost the grace of the creator because they had forgotten him. So he sent a huge flood to consume disobedient humanity. Only a single couple, dubbed the Great Father and Mother, survived this cataclysm to repopulate the earth. The Chibcha people of Colombia tell the story of a man named Bochica, who came upon them long ago. He was an old man of a different race from the Chibchas and sported a long, thick beard. He taught the locals, who lived as barbarians, how to live civilized and in peace with each other. Bochica's wife, on the other hand, wasn't so great. She caused a global flood that nearly wiped out humanity. The furious Bochica banished his wife Chia and dissipated the waters. The Canarian people of Ecuador, the Inuit people of Alaska, and the Luceno tribe of Southern California tell tales of a small remnant of humanity surviving a great flood by taking refuge on mountaintops. The Chickasaw people of America's Dakota region say that a great flood destroyed all of humanity with the exception of a small family and two of every creature. And as for the Jews and Muslims, they pretty much echo the Bible's version of events. And of course you have the aforementioned Noah, whose family survived a massive flood in a boat with two of every animal, released furs to indicate the presence of dry land, and landed upon a mountain. Did humanity have a collective bad dream? Did a deluge of biblical proportions leave an imprint so deep that none were left unscathed? How did the traditions of so many civilizations who never made contact come to contain so many corresponding details, even minor, seemingly trivial ones? Imagine it. You arrive to a crime scene and start the investigation by talking to witnesses. Although I'd hate to make the truth a popularity contest, you'd be forgiven for disregarding the testimony of two witnesses who report a story wildly different than the other observers. Fortunately for me, a popularity contest requires contest, and there is none, or none who do. Even occultists speak of the flood that wiped out the noble Nephilim. Bottom line, a wicked race of both humans and non-humans, an angry creator, a small family warned by a god, two of every creature on a boat, a big damn flood, and humanity reborn. That's one hell of a dream. Another recurring theme throughout the mythologies is man's loss of paradise. This story, whose most popular variation occurs in the Bible, details man's plight from a worry-free life to an existence of suffering and hardship. But as usual, the Bible is not alone in describing humanity's fall from grace. Just as the Christians have the Garden of Eden, the Persians have Eden. Eden was, according to Persian tradition, the first habitation of humans. It was a paradise where suffering and toil were unknown. It wasn't until the primal couple was seduced by an evil spirit in the form of a serpent were they expelled from Eden. In Greek mythology, The Garden of Hesperides was a land to the far west of the globe, where golden apples of immortality grew. In the Mayan Popol Vuh, the first men lived in a paradise and were able to see far. This meant that humans could see extremely distant things, as if they were near. This ability was stripped from those men, and their subsequent generations could only see things that were near. The confusion of man's languages is yet another repetitive motif. The Bible, as usual, contains the most famous version of this story. As stated earlier, a king called Nimrod desired to build a tower to reach to the heavens. His arrogance and presumption was punished when God caused all of Nimrod's laborers to abruptly speak different languages. From there, the people dispersed to every corner of the globe. This story, like the flood, has many parallels outside of the Bible. The Aztec people of Mexico say that at one time giants of deformed stature once possessed the land. Arrogant were these giants, who endeavored to build a tower so as to reach to the heavens. When the Lord of Heaven looked upon the haughty ambition of the earth dwellers, he sent down his minions to quote-unquote confound them. This action caused the builders of the tower to go their separate ways and disperse across the earth. And then there's the Savior figure, the character who, similar to the flood, seems like an imprint in the mind that was left by a dream, yet a pleasant dream this time. The wanderer, the civilizer, the magician, the chosen one, the incarnated God, the sacrificed. He was all of these things. Typical of the West, the most famous Savior figure is Jesus Christ. What Christians have generally agreed on regarding this Savior is, he's the only Son of God, or was God. He was born from a virgin. He was prophesied to come. He would, in the latter part of his life, travel around with 12 apostles, teaching goodness and performing miracles. He would later, quote-unquote, die for our sins by being nailed to a wooden cross. His body was placed in a cave and, after 3 days, his body disappeared and returned to heaven. In heaven he resides to this day, promising to return and rule for 1,000 years, and afterwards he will live forevermore with God. The Hindus have many incarnations of the Most High God, Vishnu. Vishnu, who resides in heaven, came upon man in many forms, and these forms are called avatars. An avatar is essentially a god in the flesh. For example, Krishna, one of the 10 avatars of Vishnu, was born from the womb of a human woman in order to fight the demons that plagued humanity. The first incarnation of Vishnu was that of a fish man. 9 incarnations of Vishnu have already arrived, whereas the 10th avatar will arrive to Earth during the end of the world, riding a white horse and fighting for righteousness. There is a similar account in the Bible where a character who fights for justice and rides a white horse will arrive during the end times. The aforementioned Bochica, a character from the mythology of Central Colombia, was also a civilizer. According to the natives, Bochica was of a different race, but still human. He taught the locals to build huts and live in peace amongst each other. After the flood, he taught the people the secrets of agriculture and construction, instituted sun worship, and then departed. The Incan people of Peru speak of the previously discussed Viracocha. This name, Viracocha, was given to both the miracle-working Savior and the group that was with him. According to the Inca, a day came after the flood when their people were approached by a teacher and healer they would come to call Viracocha. He cured the sick, healed the blind, taught man how to live in peace and love, and even gave more scientific instruction regarding agriculture and architecture. This character worked miracles like moving mountains and made streams of fresh water flow. He addressed the locals as his children and spoke the local tongue better than the natives. Viracocha would part company with the Inca by sailing across the sea, promising to return. His physical description was that of a white man, past middle age, blue eyes, a long cloak reaching to his knees, and a full, gray beard. In some variations, Viracocha was called the Nupa, who was killed by a group of jealous conspirators, and whose body was placed on a boat and cast into Lake Titicaca. Instead of drifting away slowly, the boat sailed away rapidly and out of sight. Then you have the Egyptian god Osiris. Like Jesus, Osiris is associated with goodness and resurrection. He, like Viracocha, was a civilizer. Despite the fact that Osiris is not the most ancient of the Egyptian gods, he was still proclaimed to be the Lord of the universe at the moment of his birth. Osiris came upon the Egyptian people bearing gifts of knowledge and love. This civilizer established Egypt's first legal code and abolished cannibalism and human sacrifice. Osiris then left Egypt, traveling around the world teaching and civilizing the people of other kingdoms and races. He did not use his powers to force people, but instead preferred gentle persuasion. After returning to Egypt, Osiris was conspired against by his evil brother Set and 72 accomplices. Set murdered his brother Osiris by locking him into a coffin and throwing it into the Nile River. Instead of sinking into the depths of the Nile River forever, which was the intention and expectation of the conspirators, the coffin sailed away rapidly. Set would eventually discover the coffin containing the body of his brother Osiris in a hidden place. Infuriated that his brother survived, in a sense, Set cut Osiris's body into 14 parts and scattered the pieces, seeing to it that his brother would forever remain out of his midst. Isis, a goddess who was both Osiris's wife and sister, which is common in mythology, brought her husband back to life by locating and recombining his scattered parts with sorcery. She failed to find the phallus, or penis, of Osiris, however, and was forced to substitute one made of gold. After this, Osiris would not live long, and was soon dead once more, but it was said that he periodically reappears among humans. The ancient Mesopotamians, in present-day Iraq, have a civilizer of their own who they called Onus. This being was amphibious, but spoke human languages with ease. Onus would emerge out of the water, teaching and giving instruction to humans. He taught people writing, the sciences, the arts, architecture, and agriculture. He is often depicted as a man with the scales of a fish. And let's not forget Lone Man, the savior figure of the Mandan people. Lone Man, like Jesus, was born of a virgin, settled turbulent waters while aboard a boat, and was perfect in all his ways. And finally you have the god Pharaoh, from the tales of the people of Mali. Pharaoh, as stated before, transformed himself into a fish, and eventually sacrificed himself to undo the sins of his terrible and evil brother Pembe. And Pharaoh, like our Osiris, was cut into pieces and scattered. I have often wondered what Christians mean when they say that Jesus died for our sins, and his death represented a great sacrifice that somehow redeemed my soul. Listening to Christians explain how that actually works is usually amusing, and always results in a comical, unsatisfactory answer. To live in heaven, spend 33 years on earth, be murdered on a cross, 3 days in the underworld, and back up to heaven for all eternity does not constitute saving my soul, nor even a sacrifice. Jesus living a long life of pain and toil instead of a short 33 years, and then going to heaven, is more of a sacrifice, but because he still goes to heaven, I can't envision what those extra decades of his life have to do with my soul. Far from blinking out of existence after dying on the cross, which would indeed represent a sacrifice, he instead had a get-out-of-jail-free card and a one-way ticket back to heaven. Even the story of his life on earth is a bit broken. Jesus, as a child, was intensely curious and full of wonder. Then there's a whole 18 years of his life that's completely unaccounted for in the Bible. Then, at age 30, he pops back up with magical abilities and, instead of an all-consuming curiosity, has all the answers. Jesus' time among man may not have been fun, but he should have at least been honored to jumpstart a religion of benevolence with those 33 years. A mere 33 years between two eternities in paradise is but an infinitely small sliver of time. He sacrificed himself for my sins. What does that even mean? Now, under normal circumstances, All I could do is relate to you this chosen one's reappearance in mythology, and perhaps a bit of philosophical commentary. Luckily, a few occultists have given me some insight on this subject, in a most annoyingly hush-mouthed manner as well. They speak of him as though he represented a major setback to the plan. And where was the Lord in those 18 years? Was he on a mission of initiation, civilizing, and demon hunting? They speak of him as though he did take a huge risk in coming here, as if Jesus' guaranteed trip back to heaven is only a myth. I've even heard Jesus spoke of as a renegade, a police-like figure who hunted demons. More on this later. If mythology is in fact eccentric tales created to explain creation itself, then why so many corresponding details? If the evolutionists are right regarding the birth and evolution of humanity, and they're not, then it means these stories stem from the time when man was of one blood and in one location. That was, admittedly, a long time ago, 15,000 years at the bare minimum, according to their timelines. How and why did collective humanity cling to such stories for so long? Mythological stories are loaded with fanciful and often racy imagery, characters, and storylines. The comings and goings of the gods seem more akin to the machinations of a drunk poet, rather than a true record of history. It's easy to see how men like Freud came to their conclusions about mythology, being nothing more than stories that symbolically represent the inner and outer struggles of the individual. There is yet another source of confusion that pervades some mythologies, and that confusion is born from multiple names and titles associated with a single god. For example, the Egyptian goddess Hathor is associated with two other goddesses, Isis and Bast. Sometimes Hathor is spoke of as the mother of Horus, which would mean Hathor and Isis were the same entity. In other cases, the title Hathor is associated with Bast, who is known to not be Isis. Also, in Egyptian mythology, Ra is the sun god, but then again, so is Osiris, and Osiris' son, Horus. All three are known as sun gods, and all three are confirmed as different beings. I suspect that the Hindus have the best grasp on what's actually happening here. In the Hindu religion, gods come upon man in the form of avatars. Vishnu, for instance, has come upon man 9 times already, meaning there are 10 gods who are all associated with the single god, Vishnu. This model could amount to a rather confusing situation if the Hindus weren't aware of the multiplicity of their gods. So, not only will you find correspondences between gods in separate mythologies, but correspondences between the gods of a single mythology can also be found. I suspect that this avatar relationship with the gods explains this multiplicity. Another common habit of mythology is to describe a single god as a pair, one good and one evil. In this way, do the gods of mythology have different aspects? There is, in fact, little argument among those who study mythology that the same gods seem to make their appearances in multiple mythologies. The only argument is why this is occurring. Those university experts tend to take the extremely flawed Freudian approach. They believe that this mythological overlap is due to the natural cultural exchange that occurs between civilizations in proximity, proposing that, over time, two nearby civilizations will begin to absorb the traditions and gods of the other. This theory does not, however, explain how distant and unacquainted civilizations managed to acquire so many corresponding details in their traditions. Easily, one of the most common gods who transcend the borders of mythology is Venus. Venus is the Roman goddess of love and fertility. The goddess Venus is so closely related to the Greek goddess Aphrodite that one could hardly pull them apart categorically. Aphrodite, from whom came the word aphrodisiac, is also a goddess of love and fertility. Aphrodite is also associated with another Greek goddess, Astarte. In Mesopotamia, this goddess goes by the names Ishtar, Ashtoreth, and Inanna. Ishtar is also a fertility and love goddess who is further associated with the planet Venus. The multiple aspects of the goddess Inanna, or the concept of multiple aspects, seem to surface in the story of her descent into the underworld. Here, Inanna descends into the land of the dead, ruled by her dark sister or aspect, Ereshkigal. At the end of the story, the reader may have the impression that Ereshkigal, queen of the underworld, absorbed the qualities or body of her sister Inanna. Yet another copy of this goddess is Queen Semiramis. The average American is more familiar with Semiramis than they realize. It is her likeness that graces the Statue of Liberty. Even though the Statue of Liberty is a spitting likeness of Queen Semiramis of Assyria, the French Freemasons that funded the statue's construction left subtler clues as to the true identity of Our Lady Liberty. In magic, the metal of the goddess Venus is copper, her color is green, and her number is 7. The exterior of the Statue of Liberty is made of copper, the statue is green, and has 7 rays of light reaching out from her head. Then there's Satan, who himself has countless names. Most Christians believe they have a monopoly on the stories regarding this being, but Satanists know better. Satanists, and occultists in general, have equated the fallen angel Satan with the villain of almost every mythology. In Egyptian mythology, Satan is Set, the Egyptian god of chaos, storms, and evil. And similar to Satan from the Bible, who once stood beside the throne of God, Set was once the guardian of the sun god Ra. Apparently, it was after Set's battle with Apep, the serpent of chaos, that he became the new villain in the Egyptian tales. The first to play this villain role was Apep himself. The evil god Set kills his benevolent brother Osiris twice, then begins to make war with the seed of Osiris, a god named Horus. In Jewish folklore, Satan was called Samael. Samael, whose name meant venom of God, was considered a dark angel of death, and also the true father of Cain, which was the first child of Adam and Eve. Satanists repeatedly enforced this association, frequently suggesting that it was the serpent who was the true father of Cain, rather than Adam. Occultists will also freely refer to Satan as Ahriman. Ahriman is an ancient Persian god who, according to legend, is wholly wicked and at war with his righteous brother Ahura Mazda. This Ahriman resides in a gloomy underworld and leads many demons. And then you have Hades from Greek mythology. Hades is the ruler of the underworld and the brother of Zeus. After a conflict where Hades, Poseidon, and Zeus team up to defeat the Titans, or the older gods, these younger gods divided creation into 3. Zeus would rule heaven, Poseidon would rule the sea, and Hades would rule the underworld, which was the land of the dead. Although the Greek traditions do not mention a conflict between the 2 brothers, Zeus and Hades, Satanists do. I suspect that this is just another God and his evil brother story. Satanists also refer to Satan as Azazel. Azazel, according to Jewish lore in the Bible, is a fallen angel or demon who is described as an outcast. He, like the Egyptian god Set, is associated with the desert. Although Azazel was mentioned in the Bible, his most famous appearance was in the Book of Enoch. The Book of Enoch is considered an apocryphal text, which means that it did not receive entry into the Bible. The Book of Enoch's exclusion from the Bible is truly a tragedy, and the fact that Christians' opinion regarding this text is largely unchanged makes for an even greater tragedy. The Book of Enoch is essentially the first 6 chapters of the Bible's Genesis expanded into an entire book. It does not, in any way, relate information that is contradictory to the Bible. In the Book of Enoch, Azazel is described as being among the leaders of 200 angels, also called the Watchers, who came down to the Garden of Eden. The text is unambiguous about the serpent from the Garden of Eden being in fact a group. The Bible, albeit a bit more subtly, also makes it clear that this serpent was in fact a group when it mentions the sons of God, which is of course plural. In the Bible, the serpent tempts Eve into eating a fruit from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Yet in the book of Enoch, there was no fruit, but instead it was knowledge of magic and the sciences which the fallen angels gave unto man. The relationship between the serpent, Azazel, and Satan himself gets a tad bit blurry in the world of the occult. Satanists often speak of Azazel as being a mouthpiece or mask of Satan. Occultists frequently tell the story of Satan approaching Eve, quote-unquote, in the form of Azazel, as if Azazel were in fact a separate entity who, while tempting Eve, was possessed by Satan. This follows the Avatar model, where multiple gods are related to a single god and vice versa. After giving man magical knowledge that was forbidden by God, and mating with human women, the Book of Enoch describes the fallen angels and their offspring, and almost all of humanity, destroyed by a flood whose cause was divine. Black magicians, to this day, revere Azazel and the rest as heroes for bringing the flame of magic and transformation to humanity. This story of God's enemy who, against the wishes of God, gives fire to mankind is also echoed in Greek mythology. Black magicians often equate Azazel from the Book of Enoch with Lucifer and the Greek god Prometheus. The reason is that Prometheus, against the wishes of Zeus, stole fire from the gods and gave it to humanity. Zeus, the furious god of Mount Olympus, punishes Prometheus by binding him to a rock and commanding an eagle to peck away at his liver, which regenerated every day. Prometheus is depicted as incredibly intelligent, deceptive, and rebellious. Prometheus, Azazel, Lucifer, the torchbearer, the lightbringer. The flame or torch of the Olympics and its corresponding tradition is a commemoration of Prometheus' theft of fire from Zeus. The Statue of Liberty, whose likeness is based on the goddess Ishtar, who is said to have fallen with Azazel, also bears the torch of illumination. This flame is a direct reference to magical knowledge and self-deification through magical means. It is important not to mistake this Azazel and those who were with him for the traveling civilizer spoke of earlier. The fallen angels of Eden taught humanity much magic and did not have the support of the Most High God. Our humble civilizer, on the other hand, spoke of morals and the sciences while never teaching magic, and he also had the support of the Most High God. Jehovah, Jove, or God, is the righteous brother and ruler whose names are also many. To the Jews, he was Yahweh. To the Christians, he is Jehovah. In Persia, he was known as Ahura Mazda, the brother of evil Ahriman. In Egypt, he was Ra, or Osiris. The Greek myths call this entity Zeus, and in Rome, he went by the name Jupiter. This being, and his quote-unquote son, is commonly associated with the sun. Here an important distinction must be made, because many have noticed a correlation between the sun and Satan. Satan, or Set, is the god of the setting sun, and so therefore his symbol is that of a black sun, as opposed to his righteous brother, who is associated with the rising sun. It is far from uncommon for occultists to associate the sun with Jesus and Osiris. It is equally common for them to associate Jesus with Osiris. In mythology, just look for the guy with the crazy brother, and you'll usually find Jehovah. Of course, most Christians would find it hard to believe that they are engaged in the worship of Zeus and Osiris, maybe even taking offense to such a statement. Their God, the God of Israel, could never be compared to the Greek god Zeus. We're talking about God here, not a promiscuous cartoon character who throws lightning bolts. But your own Bible does indeed spell out the truth of the matter. In the book of Revelation, chapter 9, verse 11, we read, "And they had a king over them, which is the angel of the bottomless pit, whose name in the Hebrew tongue is Abaddon, but in the Greek tongue hath his name Apollyon." In this verse we read that the locusts, which appears to be a reference to an army of demons, have a king over them who is an angel. This angel, along with an army of locusts, arrived from an extra-dimensional place called the bottomless pit. The verse also states that this angel has names in the mythologies of the neighboring peoples. The Jews call this angel Abaddon, and the Greeks call this angel Apollyon. But Apollyon is what the ancient Greeks called Apollo, a sun god of Greek mythology. What the Bible has done is verified, at least in the eyes of Christians and Muslims, the actual existence of a god from the Greek pantheon. Is it likely that Apollo is the only Greek god that actually exists? Probably not. What's more likely is that many, if not all, the characters from the Bible have corresponding names in Greek mythology. But even though the characters correspond, the perspective of villains and heroes appears to have been inverted, as though retold through the eyes of a modern-day Satanist. In Greek mythology, Zeus is the tyrant lord of Mount Olympus, who is promiscuous, jealous, and a rapist, whereas Prometheus, who is also Azazel and Lucifer, is the creator and champion of mankind, highly intelligent, and can easily deceive Zeus. Mythology isn't the only vector by which we can reconstruct history. Evidence of a more temporal form exists for those whose tastes are more technical. This evidence involves the manner in which ancient civilizations rose and fell. It also involves what and how much ancient man knew, and when he came to know it. Ancient man, predictably, attributed their knowledge to the teachings of the gods. To modern scholars, this explanation as to where ancient man received his knowledge of architecture, agriculture, and astronomy is largely unsatisfactory. But it appears that the ancients' explanation was no more of a cop-out than the explanations of today's university scholars, who label everything that doesn't exist within their theory as a mystery. When it comes to the more tangible forms of evidence, Exhibit A would be the ultra-accurate map of antiquity. Mapmaking, or cartography, is far more difficult than intuition would suggest, and the days when maps were wildly inaccurate are all but forgotten. With today's satellites, cameras, and aircraft, producing an accurate map of a particular region is as easy as taking a photo. But in ancient times, without the advantage of modern technology, drawing up an accurate map of a given region was nearly impossible. The problem lied in the fact that the mapmaker had no way of knowing precisely where he was. This meant that determining the true distance between 2 points was difficult, and this resulted in a map of disproportional dimensions. Another hindrance to producing an accurate map is Earth's natural curvature. Because of paper's cost and portability, it's understandable that people would be inclined to draw maps on paper. Paper is, however, a flat two-dimensional surface, whereas the Earth is a three-dimensional curve. This means that even with the best of equipment, a paper map could never properly represent the surface of the planet. For example, looking at a modern map of the globe, one will notice that Greenland, the massive, frosty island between Canada and England, will appear disproportionately large and may even compare to the continental United States in size. Greenland is not the size of the continental United States, but on a flat map of the world, the regions near the North and the South Pole appear stretched. Although there are projections that could avoid such stretching, no two-dimensional surface could ever properly imitate a three-dimensional surface. With all the complications involved with ancient mapmaking, it is indeed curious that maps of modern accuracy existed greater than 500 years ago. The first of these wonders is the Piri-Reis world map, which was compiled in 1513 by the Turkish admiral Piri-Reis. The map, according to Piri Reis, was compiled from a number of pre-existing maps which he described as quite ancient. For centuries, it appeared that the Piri Reis map was terribly incorrect in its depiction of the shape and size of Antarctica. In 1949, however, a joint British and Swedish expedition set out to survey Antarctica and ascertain what the southern continent looks like below the ice. Later, in the early 1960s, it was noticed by a man named Charles Hapgood that the Piri Reis map depicted the Atlantic chunk of Antarctica, not as it is in modern times, but instead showed its profile before it was enveloped in ice. The paradox is that, according to Orthodox history, Antarctica has been frozen over for 6,000 years, at the very least. Piri Reis readily admitted that his map was in fact a compilation of pre-existing maps. So how did those previous cartographers manage to accurately describe Antarctica's true shape beneath the surface of its ice? With Antarctica having been first discovered in 1820, allegedly, why did these early map makers describe the continent of Antarctica at all? Another world map, compiled by the cartographer Orontius Phineas in 1531, not only depicts Antarctica's true form beneath the ice, but it also illustrates where particular mountain ranges and rivers would be. Stranger still is the map's incredible accuracy regarding Antarctica's location relative to the southern tips of Africa and South America. How was an accurate map of Antarctica, including her location, hinterlands, and true form beneath the surface of the ice, drawn up 300 years before Antarctica was supposed to have been discovered? There are other maps that include Antarctica, aside from the Reis and Phineas maps, before the continent was first spotted. These maps too are admittedly compilations of far older maps. As stated earlier, making maps is no easy task. It requires surveying equipment and advanced mathematics. The bottom line is that the necessary knowledge and equipment was simply unavailable to these early cartographers. So where did the inspiration for these maps originate? The pyramids of Egypt are easily the most alluring monuments on the planet. Yet it isn't their grandeur alone which tempt their visitors. It is the mystery of their creation. These massive structures surpass even the most grand architectural creations of our day, yet, according to Orthodox historians, the Giza pyramids are around 5,000 years old. Despite their grandeur, they are lacking something that the grand never lack: an elaborate and fanciful creation story. In modern times, the completion of a monumental structure is surrounded by pomp and ceremony. Further still, every phase of the construction is usually well documented. But when taking an academic voyage through the Giza pyramids of Egypt and the surrounding monuments, one is struck by the complete absence of commemoration of these structures' construction methods and reasoning. Instead of countless depictions of laborers using ramps and pulleys to maneuver large blocks, we find flat, uninscribed walls on the interior of the pyramids. What's more is that archaeologists have yet to dig up even a trace of the building equipment used in the construction of the pyramids. Even more remarkable is that no inscription or depiction anywhere in the land of Egypt so much as mentions masses of men, huge blocks, and ramps in regards to the construction of the pyramids. Modern man has done much speculation regarding the reason for the building of the pyramids and the methods used. Experts of our day have suggested that the pyramids were built to be tombs, the eternal resting place of egomaniacal pharaohs, but without so much as a trace of the more practical construction methods. Even a skeptical observer would be forced to entertain the theories of the ancient Egyptians regarding their own creations. Those of ancient Egypt are unambiguous about the reasoning and construction methods of the pyramids. They claim that these structures were more like machines that allowed the king to join with the gods after death. They were essentially stargates to the heavens, where one could be transformed into a god. Instead of masses of men dragging large, perfectly cut stones from quarries miles away, The Egyptians say that magicians effortlessly cut and lifted the stones into place. The pyramid texts, the oldest known religious texts, state that the pyramids were built to throw open the doors of the firmament and make a road so that the deceased king might ascend into the company of the gods. The Egyptians also claim that the pyramids were built by magicians who used quote-unquote words of power to effortlessly levitate huge stones. The Mayan pyramids, although thousands of miles away and built thousands of years later, are said to have been built by the same method and for the same purpose as the pyramids in Egypt. The Mayan people of southern Mexico and Guatemala say that their pyramids were built by beings with magical powers, and that all they had to do was whistle and the heavy rocks would move into place. The Incan people, far south of the Mayans, claim that the massive stones used to build their great structures was carried through the air to the sound of a trumpet. The Mayan traditions state that their pyramids were where men became gods, and the place where gods are made. Curious that these far-flung civilizations would suggest that their pyramids were built the same way and for the same reason. The pyramid, as a symbol of transformation and rebirth, survives to this day. The universe has proven to be quite the onion. Its simple exterior betrays the senses. What science has called truths of the universe is in fact an ever-changing list of theories, each being no more than shades of gray closer to truth than the last. This is not, however, saying that anything but the ultimate truth is useless. Our list of ignorance is great, but our achievements using the half-truths is also great. Our knowledge of an electron, for example, is far from complete, and yet it didn't stop us from harnessing its power and using it as a source of energy and communication. As stated at the beginning of the book, the whole truth requires the mind of God, but it doesn't mean that we can't make application of half-truths. Even this text is nothing more than a long list of half-truths, but, as its author, I'm comforted by the fact that everything else you've ever read is likewise. Even books you believe to be inspired by God are subject to your interpretation, which you could never be 100% sure about and can never prove conclusively. No scientist understands this better than quantum physicists. Unlike the elegant equations of Einstein and Newton, these poor bastards are knee-deep in hideous equations that are so hideous they couldn't possibly describe the universe, and at best only describe what the universe is likely to do, not what it absolutely will do. Quantum mechanics, or quantum physics, is a branch of physics that concerns itself with the smallest particles and spaces in the universe. As it turns out, the subatomic world is not what we expected. Traditionally, extremely small particles like electrons were thought of as tiny billiard balls, bouncing off of each other at mathematically predictable angles. And like billiard balls, their location, direction, and speed could be easily measured. On a subatomic level, particles exhibit strange properties and behaviors. Sometimes, particles would seem to disappear and reappear on the other side of a wall that, mathematically speaking, should have been impossible to penetrate. Other times, particles will seem to dance between the state of being a particle and being a wave. And measuring the subatomic world is also difficult, because in order to measure things like speed, location, and direction, one must build a sensor that interacts with the subatomic particle, thereby changing the course of destiny. Surely these poor scientists are frustrated by particles that always do something different just because they're not watching. It was once a philosophical question as to whether it was possible to break a stone into infinitely small pieces. Scientists and philosophers would speculate over the existence of an elementary particle, a particle that could not be broke apart, and represented the fundamental building blocks of the universe. This continued until evidence emerged that the universe was indeed made of unbreakable, fundamental particles, and these particles were called atoms. It would later be discovered that these particles weren't unbreakable, and were in fact composed of even smaller particles, dubbed subatomic, and included the proton, electron, and neutron. Later still, it was discovered that even these particles were in fact composed of even smaller particles called quarks. That appeared to be where the dividing stopped. Regardless of whether these quarks are indeed the smallest particles, scientists have been forced to conclude that the universe is made out of some kind of elementary particle. But the subatomic world wasn't done violating the rational mind of these poor researchers. As it turns out, even the nature of space and time had its peculiarities. Space and time were thought of as mediums that these elementary particles existed in, and up until the beginning of the 20th century, scientists were spared the grief of having to think of time and space as particles. But eventually came the day when scientists were forced to ponder nearly the same question that had plagued them centuries prior. Can time and space be broken into infinitely small parts? Can I nudge an object an infinitely small distance from where it once was? Can I measure the length of time between two events in infinitely small units? Can I break an inch or minute into as many pieces as I want? Do objects glide through space and time, or do they quote-unquote tick? After much reluctance, scientists were forced to admit that space and time also existed as elementary units, and these extremely small units were called Planck units. A Planck length represents the smallest length of space any object can move. So instead of particles gliding gracefully through space, they instead tick through space. This means that they essentially disappear and reappear one Planck length ahead in the direction that they were moving. What's more is that the particles also move through time likewise, and so disappear and reappear one Planck time in the future. Adding insult to injury, scientists are still unable to gracefully unify the separate forces of nature: gravity, magnetism, and the nuclear forces. These forces, once exclusively thought of as curves in space, are now spoke of in terms of particles as well: gravitons, photons, etc. Einstein envisioned gravity as no more than a warping in the shape of space that large objects create by their presence alone. Like a bowling ball placed at the center of a trampoline, a marble rolling on the surface of the trampoline will appear to be drawn to the bowling ball. Though it appears that the bowling ball has some kind of gravitational hold on the marble is only responding to the curvature of the trampoline fabric created by the bowling ball. As a result, the marble will begin to orbit the bowling ball in the center as a planet orbits a star. Today, quantum physicists speak of gravity as a real particle, a graviton, created by the bowling ball and felt by the marble, slowly drawing the marble closer to the bowling ball. I agree with Einstein's model, as opposed to the graviton model, because of how elegantly it explains changes in the passage of time and the complete lack of quote-unquote gravitational shadows. Even the Bible makes reference to the fabric of space. Countless Bible passages speak of the heavens as a fabric that can be stretched, torn, and folded in on itself. What's been the result of all this quantum confusion? Confusion. From its beginning, quantum mechanics has been a duct-tape science, constantly patching holes rather than starting from a fundamentally sound model of the universe. Today, the quantum physicist claims that one may not even know the true location, state, and speed of a particle. Consequently, they believe that the universe is loaded with random numbers, and therefore, like people, you may only know what the particle is likely to do, not what it will do. That's not science, that's superstition. The universe has proven itself to be mathematically perfect so far, and why would the world of the very small be any different? And where are these random numbers coming from anyway? The gods? A computer programmer knows a computer can't actually produce a random number, but instead can produce a series of numbers that appear random. Ancient man may have mistaken the locations of lightning strikes as being random, but the places lightning chooses to strike was never random. a fact we came to discover after we understood the nature of electricity. Ancient man may have mistaken storms and earthquakes as random, and perhaps angry gods, but the meteorologist and geologist knows better. At the latter part of his life, the greater scientific community considered Einstein washed up and obsolete because he simply refused to accept the idea that the universe is in any way random. Stating emphatically, God doesn't play dice. While the rest of the world accepted the universe's mystical nature, Einstein went to his deathbed trying to reconcile the microscopic and macroscopic worlds. In his heart, he knew that the truth of this apparent randomness was out there, and was probably as elegant as E equals mc squared. Maybe Einstein would have done well by considering more than 4 dimensions in his deathbed equations. Perhaps the missing ingredient between apparent chaos and order is the number of spatial dimensions these quantum physicists are taking into consideration. Perhaps the real question is, how many angles are there? For the greater part of the age of science, the number of dimensions was thought to be 4. The first, x, representing width. The second was y, representing height. The third was z, representing depth. And the fourth was t, representing time. Initially, it was thought that every object in the universe experienced time equally, but later it was discovered that time was just another direction of motion, which meant that tomorrow and yesterday are no different than left, right, up, and down. With time being just another direction to move in, and with every object in the universe moving in different speeds and directions, naturally, every object in the universe was experiencing time differently. For example, imagine 2 twins born on the same day. One twin is launched off the planet in a spaceship, and the other twin is kept here on Earth. Let's say that after accelerating for 1 month, the spaceship is moving away from the Earth at 99.9% the speed of light, which is 670 million miles per hour. It then slows down, turns around, and begins to trip back to Earth, eventually accelerating to the same speed. Upon returning to Earth 2 months after leaving, the twin exits the spacecraft to find that everything on the planet has aged 5 years. The twin who stayed on Earth is indeed 5 years older, and to him his brother was in space for 5 years. There's 5 years of new celebrities, 5 years of new geopolitical developments, and 5 years of new inventions and technologies. Not only can the twins debate over how long the trip lasted, 2 months or 5 years, but they can also debate over the total distance traveled. The twin who went on the trip, the stars, actually he never made it to one, will claim to have traveled a distance that is considerably less than the people on Earth said he traveled. The effect, that becomes quite measurable when considering things that are moving at high speeds, is called time dilation. This means that if you were to ask every subatomic particle in the universe how old the universe is, each would produce a slightly different answer, and none are lying. To better understand dimensions, one must only envision the relationship between a boat and a submarine. The boat lives in a 2-dimensional world, and its only choices are north, south, east, and west. South is only the opposite of north, and east is only the opposite of west. So in reality, a boat has only 2 angles of freedom. What's more is that other boats may not share the same space with each other. A submarine, on the other hand, exists in a 3-dimensional world. Like the boat, it can move north, south, east, and west, but unlike the boat, it can also move up and down. The air above is also a 3-dimensional space. A human, not being able to fly, has access to 2 dimensions and can only walk along the surface of the earth. A large wall, a river, or tall cliffs can spell the end of a journey on foot. But a bird has access to another dimension, up and down. It would not be impeded by a wall, or river, or cliff. Having access to another dimension, these terrain obstacles present no difficulty. Occultists often refer to the universe in terms of layers or dimensions, often called worlds or spheres. Similar to those who live in high-rise buildings, we too live with beings who exist above and below us. And like those high-rise dwellers, we too are both separated and yet affected by the comings and goings of our neighbors. The number of layers contained in the universe differs from one occult tradition to another, but in modern Western magic, it is typically the Hebrew Kabbalah and the dividing lines that it defines, which are most relied upon. The Kabbalah is a series of ancient Jewish texts that define the nature of reality, the number of universes, and the rulers of those universes. In the Kabbalah, the universe is divided into 10 parts, each called Sephirah, and these 10 Sephirah are further divided into 4 worlds and constitute separate universes, each containing its own ruler and inhabitants. The 4 worlds in which the 10 Sephirah are divided into are Atziluth, the divine world of archetypal ideas; Braya, the creative world of the archangels; Yetzirah, the astral world of angels and demons; Asaya, the material world. In the Kabbalah, and occult in general, the universe is seen as a series of layers where energy, originating from the top, cascades downwards, becoming increasingly solid. Each layer represents a slightly more solid reflection of the contents of the layers above. Since this energy is constantly flowing down through the worlds, any alteration occurring above will trickle down to the lower levels. It's curious that modern-day scientists, the self-proclaimed string theorists, are coming to the exact same conclusion as the ancient Kabbalah did, a 10-dimensional universe. Another system which is equally common, and probably more friendly to the human mind, is the breaking up of the universe into 5 layers. The first layer, spirit, represents the mind of God and is composed of pure energy. The layer below, the mental universe, represents a series of concepts and identities. Objects in the mental world do not respect time and space, but instead represent timeless identities, and one of these identities is the entity you call you, or your soul. The mental world is no more than a collection of concepts and thoughts. Things like rocks and trees do not exist on the mental plane. Only the idea or concepts of a rock and the concept of a tree. The third world, and perhaps most crucial to the magician, is the astral world. The astral world, unlike the mental world, is subject to a sense of space and time. The fourth of the worlds is the etheric. This world, sometimes used interchangeably with the astral world, is the universe that provides the foundation for the material plane. The etheric world is also where the life force, the energy created and used by life forms, resides. Finally, there's the fifth level of reality, the material universe. The operations of magic are rarely aimed at the lower level of reality, but instead, the magician will attempt to alter the higher levels of the universe, knowing that those changes will eventually trickle down to the etheric and material world. It is in this way does the magician alter reality by intention. The mental world, being nothing but concepts and thoughts, are affected by the magician in such a way as to produce predictable results on the lower levels of reality. One could argue that my distinction of mental, astral, etheric worlds is unnecessary or just plain wrong. Some occultists only make reference to 3 worlds, the divine, the astral, and the material. I'm satisfied as long as you understand the concept of cascading and slowly solidifying energy. But in truth, there's nothing slow about it. The objects in the separate worlds are copies of each other, tethered together by a rope. They respond instantly to changes in the others. As above, so below. Every individual has a copy of themselves on each of the 5 planes. These 5 copies of the self are not united, however, but instead divided into 3 pieces by 2 large gaps. The first gap is often referred to as the veil, and this veil not only divides the astral plane into 2 parts, it also divides the material body, called the lower self, from that person's guardian angel. Between the astral and the mental planes lies the second deep gap. This gulf is often called The abyss. The abyss is what separates a person from their higher self, often called their higher genius. The higher self is nothing more than copies of an individual which reside in the planes above and represent each person's connection to God. Further, the way the total universe is divided is also up for grabs. Some in the occult speak of 7 heavens, 7 hells, the astral and material planes. Others speak of only 4 partitions of the universe: the abyss, the heavens, the astral, and the earth. Others still speak of 4 partitions: the infernal, heaven, the astral, and the material. The cross-sections that occultists have divided the universe differs, but there is general agreement regarding the function and nature of the separate worlds. The concepts of heaven and hell are usually thought of as exclusively Christian, but this is far from the truth. Every religion and mythology out there makes reference to the heavens, the earth, and the underworld. In regards to the heavens, it is often described as an extra dimension that does indeed have some semblance of space and time. Satan and the angels, for instance, are spoke of as approaching the throne of God, as if there was a way to be in heaven, but not in the presence of the throne. This is important because it describes a lack of unity where, like in our material world, objects can be closer or farther from other objects. Obviously, there is some form of space and time in heaven, and proof of this lies in the fact that many of the stories about heaven related to us from the Bible, occult, and numerous mythologies include sequences of events and entities and objects both near and far. Heaven is also spoke of as having gates that deny its entry. Implied in this is that heaven and our world are connected by a guarded nexus point. What's more is that heaven itself is often spoke of as being broken into 7 pieces, the 7 heavens. Each level of the heavens is ruled by an archangel, and in some cases, these heavens have been mistaken for earthly locations. For example, I've heard occultists, texts of the Christian Apocrypha, and Muslims speak of the Garden of Eden as a location that resides in the 3rd heaven as opposed to a terrestrial location. Then there is hell, sometimes called the abyss, the cliff-off, the averse, or causal realms. Similar to how the heavens are broken into 7 pieces, hell is also considered to exist as separate worlds and, like the heavens, each partition has its own ruler. But unlike the material and heavenly realms, the 7 hells do not obey the strict laws of space and time that we are familiar with. These infernal realms are spoke of as places where chaos reigns. In the infernal places, the spatial dimensions are not perfectly straight and do not exist as perfect 90-degree angles. Here, the X, Y, Z, and time dimensions are curved and warped. If someone were to directly gaze upon the beings that exist in the infernal realms, they may be struck with an ache in the mind, because their very shape is unnatural to our senses. Sometimes, one will find the underworld divided into 2 realms. The first is Hades, which is the land of the dead, and then there's Hell, or Gehenna. Hades, also called Sheol, is considered the land of the dead, where all people, both righteous and unrighteous, go when they die, whereas Hell is a place specifically for unrighteous entities to experience torment and imprisonment. And unlike popular conception, neither is said to be currently burning and aflame. In the Bible, for instance, it is stated that only after all beings are judged, Judgment Day, both Hell and Hades will then be cast into the lake of fire, and all those quote-unquote unsaved will undergo a second death and remain forever tormented in the lake of fire. Currently, however, members of the occult, and the Bible as well, speak of both places as being timeless, limitless, cold, dark, and chaotic. Occultists often tend to get a kick out of the way the average person interprets their dreams, and rightfully so. To the average person, taken up by the faulty commentary of men like Freud and Jung, a dream is a completely subjective world existing only in the mind of the dreamer, and not even existing there. Psychologists suggest that dreams are no more than the subconscious working on a problem, or the subconscious acting out the daily worries and thoughts of the dreamer. They claim that dreams are a fleeting, non-existent universe created solely by the dreamer, and that all the events and characters contained in the dream are simply projections created by the sleeping individual. The reality of dreams, however, is a bit scarier. To start, it is a false assumption that the events and characters that occupy one's dreamscape are entirely their own creation. Far from being mere projections of the sleeper's psyche, some dream characters are in fact spirits who have clothed themselves in some form and have entered into your dream. As turns out, the land of dreams, often synonymous with the astral plane, is in fact a far more objective reality than it is given credit for. In truth, you have met with spirits and perhaps other dreamers in the astral landscape. These spirits, being without a form of their own, are given shape by the dreamer. These beings then quote-unquote hijack the dream and force all of the dream's events to be centered around the spirit. In the waking hours, the dreamer is no less affected by these spirits, but simply remains unaware of their influence. In the dreaming hours, the subconscious mind makes these entities visible. Most occultists believe that in the dream state, the astral body has detached from the physical body, allowing the astral form to roam while the material body remains in bed. Most people in the dream state do not realize that they're dreaming, but instead accept the reality of their environment. Helplessness is a common feeling amongst dreamers because they feel as though they're acting out a role in someone else's movie. Lucid dreaming is the opposite of this. In a lucid dream, the dreamer is aware of the fact that they are dreaming. Instantly, the sleeper is transformed into a god and can resist the efforts of these outside entities. Once the dreamer becomes aware, these entities are easily routed and can even come to fear the dreamer. These spirits may attempt to terminate the dream prematurely so that the dreamer does not acquire complete awareness. The dream world, or astral plane, is said to respect the rules of space and time to a degree. This is evident by the fact that some dreams seem to last 30 minutes, while in reality, the sleeper was in a dreaming cycle for 5 minutes. Distances between 2 points are also nonlinear in the dream. Concepts of space and time remain, albeit altered. There are cases where the dream world seems to exist outside the boundaries of space and time. I've heard it remarked upon that the feeling of déjà vu was in fact a premonition of the future, delivered to the sleeper in a dream, and, months later, the person finds himself living the exact moment where they had predicted and dreamt about. It is said that the divine mind gives visions of the future to the dreamer. Going to bed on an empty stomach, a vegetarian diet, and abstinence from alcohol are claimed to facilitate these types of dreams. Occultists recognize no difference between the astral realm and the dream realm, to such the extent that astral projection is considered nothing more than lucid dreaming. This world of the astral is alleged to not be a separate world at all, but rather a realm that lies directly on top of the material world. The astral, or quote-unquote spirit world, is said to be touching every point in our space. These dream-invading spirits are often engaging in a little more than just play, for it is said that many spirits vampirically feed from the sleeper's life force. Life force is an invisible form of energy that surrounds and empowers the body. The life force, sometimes called the astral body or aura, surrounds the physical body and usually extends a couple inches or feet outside of the physical body. A human void of life force is dead, regardless of the biological health of the person. During the night, especially while dreaming, the body converts food into life force and replenishes the body. But in truth, the process of creation and depletion is happening at all times. The first indication that someone's life force was fed upon by a spirit is getting plenty of sleep and still waking up feeling tired and depleted. Caffeine is the usual remedy for this. The rate of expenditure of life force increases during times of high emotional stresses. Feelings like worry, fear, depression, anger, and lust all help to spill the cup of life. At these times, the human being radiates or wastes life force more intensely. Fresh fruits and vegetables are considered to have higher concentrations of this life force as opposed to meats and processed foods. Life force, the energy of the spirit, manifests itself from the astral world through specific points on the body called a chakra. Although there is much disagreement regarding how many chakra points the human body has, since in truth it has many, 5 to 7 of them are widely accepted and considered major chakras. The major chakra points form a linear, vertical path from the soles of the feet up the spine to a region just above the head. These chakra points are essentially junctions between someone's material and etheric body. Life force from that etheric body pours in to replenish the material body. At night, the vampiric spirits induce feelings of fear and lust in dreams and feed from the extra life force created. It's also worth noting that activities such as nervous twitches, chewing gum, excessive talking, and pretty much any unnecessary activity further spills the cup of life. The beings in the astral cannot partake in the material world without plugging into someone. Okay, so dreams are important. First, begin a dream journal. I find this a pain in the ass and prefer to record dreams audibly with a microphone instead of a pen. Secondly, do not burst out of bed, but instead take a moment to recall your dreams before they slip from the mind as your daily activities begin. Third, deep trances are nothing more than a kind of dreaming where consciousness remains. So stilling the mind would allow conscious travel of the astral world. Deep trances are difficult, but you may be able to take advantage of the brainwaves experienced during sleep by setting an alarm clock for the middle of the night. The gentler the waking, the better. And, as long as you can turn off the alarm without much fuss, you can more easily go into a trance than you could in waking hours. Fourth, don't go to bed on a loaded stomach or intoxicated. The middle pillar ritual. Lamer disclaimer. The following ritual is designed to open or energize your chakras. However, it will make you feel strange. If, after doing this ritual, you feel sick, desist from further invocations. You will be visualizing 5 of your chakra points. You will imagine each of them as a soccer ball-sized sphere, becoming increasingly bright and energized. The first chakra point is just above your head. The second is in the throat. The third at the center of the chest, level with the heart. The fourth is located in the pelvis, and the fifth at the soles of the feet. While imagining each chakra point becoming energized, the name of God associated with that chakra center must be quote-unquote vibrated. In order to vibrate a word, simply say it in the deepest voice possible, spending at least 3 seconds on each syllable. The vibrations of your voice should be felt in the throat, hands, and feet. While vibrating that chakra's name of God, imagine yourself speaking into the glowing sphere, and make that slowly energizing chakra vibrate to the rhythm of your voice. You begin by imagining a beam of light originating from high above, landing upon a soccer ball-sized sphere just above your head. You then begin vibrating that chakra's name of God, while imagining the beam of light filling the chakra with energy. Vibrate the name of God about 10 to 15 times before allowing that beam of energy from high above to fall upon the next chakra below. Each chakra should take around 4 minutes. Remember to stretch each syllable in the name of God at least 3 seconds, and do not allow your breathing and mistakes shake the visualization from your mind. The first chakra, crown, just above the head. The name of God, yeah. The second chakra, the throat, just below the chin in the throat. Its name of God, Yahovah Elohim. The third chakra, your heart, center of the chest, level with the heart. Name of God, Yahovah Elohim. The fourth chakra, inside the pelvis or groin area. The name of God? Shaddai Al Chai. The fifth chakra, between and level with the soles of the feet. Its name of God? Adonai Ha Aretz. After the beam of light has fallen on the fifth chakra and you have vibrated Adonai Ha Aretz 10 to 15 times, you should feel a bit strange. You may have the sensation of energy flowing around you. This is normal. Now begin to take slow and deep breaths. As you inhale, imagine the energy around you collecting in the chakra in your feet. As you hold your breath, imagine that collected energy racing up your spine and into the chakra just above your head. While exhaling, imagine that energy bursting out and falling all around you, like water from a fountain. Reconcentrate the energy at the fifth chakra, or your feet, and repeat this exercise 5 times. There was once a day when I would have considered this a bunch of new age crap. I'm here to inform you that there is something very real about this ritual. For hours after the ritual, I have this sensation that energy is flowing around me and that I can reach into objects. The effects of this ritual are accumulative, while the ritual itself is derived from the Order of the Golden Dawn. You may find it helpful to create an audio recording of you walking yourself through the steps, but be sure to allow yourself plenty of time for visualizations. This means that the recording should be at least 20 minutes long, because neglecting visualizations is not an option. Being a computer programmer, it's probably easier for me to understand multiple dimensions than most people. Assigning and retrieving numbers from a multidimensional grid is common in programming. Yet even the common computer user can relate to the idea of separate universes that are intertwined. An easy and probably most fitting way to imagine the situation is to imagine our current world, the physical universe, and the internet, the digital universe. In the physical world, distances are concrete. As a result, not all objects are equidistant. Some locations, being farther away than others, take a longer time to reach. On the internet, the locations are websites, and to arrive at a Chinese website is as easy as arriving to an American one. An email sent from next door may take just as long to arrive as one sent from Tokyo. In this regard, the internet does not respect our notion of space. The internet can be indeed thought of as a separate dimension, a place full of beings both sentient, as in forum users, and non-sentient, like search engines. It also has some semblance of space, because the websites are separate locations, but unlike our world, these websites are all the same distance from you and from each other. Meaning, typing in abc.com is as easy as typing in 123.com. Despite the fact that one website is a server based next door, while the other is in Tokyo. Computers do not recognize time as we do either. In fact, we equip computers with specific circuitry so that the machines will have some notion of our time. Without onboard clocks, a computer would measure time by how many instructions it has executed since a certain point, unable to account for how quote-unquote long those individual operations took. In this way does the digital realm live in a sort of strange time, having already explained how it exists in strange space. That's not where the parallels end either. With the right equipment, the internet can be accessed in Antarctica, or any other part of the globe. This means that the internet realm can be tapped into at any given point in our space, as if it were a secondary universe lying on top of ours, with any point in the internet accessible at every point in our space. A realm full of beings, some friendly, some not, some intelligent, some not. We fail to realize it, but through our very bodies and on a daily basis, pass whole conversations, songs, and images in the form of cell phone, radio, and television signals. And because of the prevalence of the wireless internet, someone may be accessing the internet through your body. The point is that the electronic realm, or dimension, exists all around you in an ultimately invisible, yet accessible form. But a human can gain no pleasures or powers from this realm without an instrument that quote-unquote plugs into it, like a cell phone, radio, or computer. What you need to plug into the digital world is the same thing a spirit needs to plug into our world, an identity. In order to engage in internet chat or email, one first needs an identity. This identity first begins at the physical interface, which is your mouse, keyboard, and monitor. Your mouse and keyboard convert physical motion into electronic signals that the computer can understand, and your monitor converts the computer's output into something your perceptions can handle, an image. The second part of an identity is regarding who I am not. In the case of the internet, one creates a unique email address or unused username to distinguish their quote-unquote location in the digital realm from the location of others. This location of yours should not be thought of as such, because your email can be retrieved anywhere, even Antarctica. So this location is something that exists at every point in the material world. More parallels follow. The video game and its corresponding video gamer provide us with another excellent example of not only identities and separate universes, but a quantum reality. Imagine for a second a computer character, let's call him DigiGuy, living in a three-dimensional computer world. As this character's learning matures, he starts to notice something strange about his environment. For instance, he discovers that he cannot break objects in space infinitely. Computers store information as numbers. As a result, the coordinate system in the 3D game will be composed of extremely, but not infinitely, small intervals. His world will be loaded with minimum sizes, minimum times, and minimum speeds. Like our universe has the aforementioned Planck length, our digital dweller will discover that objects, and time itself, will appear to tick by. DigiGuy discovers that if he stands at the right part of the map and face the right direction, some objects which are directly in his gaze simply disappear. This was more common in early 3D games. And just like our universe, there are aspects of the video game universe that are downright magical. For instance, after collecting a certain number of quote-unquote points, the gamer buys himself a resurrection, in video game vernacular, an extra life. In a video game, the damage caused by multiple gunshots can be completely and instantly healed by finding a first aid kit. After finding the first aid kit, or whatever the game uses for health bonuses, the kit will simply disappear into thin air, and the player will be instantly healed. Now let's turn our attention away from DigiGuy and to the gamer himself. In order to interact with the universe inside the computer, and thereby derive pleasure from the game, he must first have an interface. This is often a keyboard, mouse, or controller. Secondly, he must have an individual location assigned to him. Unlike email, where the user chooses the name, the video game decides where the main character's information is stored. At this location is typically stored things like coordinates within the map, the angle you're looking, and usually stuff like current health and how many bullets you have left. What's more, the video game itself must convert what is no more than a bunch of numbers into an environment akin to our own that can be displayed on the screen. Now that our gamer has an identity within the computer world, he can now interact with DigiGuy. He can now derive pleasure from that universe, or play his game. But what if this game isn't about having fun? What if, instead, the gamer enters the computer universe with the intention of revealing to DigiGuy the nature of his reality? Imagine telling DigiGuy that his entire universe is stored on a rotating disk within a quote-unquote hard drive. Imagine telling DigiGuy that objects whose characteristics are recorded on the other side of the hard drive may be sitting right next to him. Imagine telling DigiGuy that in order for him to experience you in your true, fleshly form, you would be forced to put your finger on the rotating hard drive disks, thereby destroying his universe. Imagine explaining to him that his world is weightless because the hard drive weighs the same whether the 3D universe he lives in is empty or loaded with objects and characters. Imagine banishing the growing notion in his mind that his world has a single random number, but instead numbers that appear random, and that his universe isn't even capable of randomness. Poor DigiGuy. It seemed so permanent, so real. His world included a depth that no flat, rotating disc could ever mimic, or so he thought. Objects that were far, and proved it by being inaccessible without travel. Objects that were close, and proved it by being accessible without travel. In his world, some objects were heavy, and proved it by being hard or impossible to move. Other objects he knew to be light, and he proved it by being moved with ease. And as for the apparent random numbers, nothing more than a computer's onboard clock, spitting out an endless series of numbers that are predictable to infinity. First, DigiGuy's story is a good vehicle to imagine two universes whose distances and times have no correlation, and whose beings share different types of quote-unquote flesh. Secondly, the story of DigiGuy is significant because you are DigiGuy. It is you, we, who live in the computer. You're on the inside, looking out. So who's out there? Contrary to popular belief, the variety of beings one finds in the spirit world is nearly as rich as the variety of beings in the material world, even though all of these beings are often erroneously clumped together and called quote-unquote spirits. Just like those who inhabit the material plane, the inhabitants of the spirit world can fall into general categories. I will use this blanket label spirits too, although it doesn't do justice to the variety of beings in the other realms. As for the categories themselves, the first is elementals, the second is spirits or astral spirits, the third is demons, the fourth is larvae, and the last is angels. Elementals are those who, unlike many spirits, have etheric bodies. These etheric bodies allow them to interact with the material world by their own volition. The occult recognizes 5 elements: fire, water, air, earth, and spirit. Occultists recognize 4 types of elementals, and each type is assigned an element: undines, salamanders, sylphs, and gnomes. Undines are elementals of the element water. They are graceful, sensual, often pale, and prefer the female form, and water in habitation. Salamanders, associated with the element fire, are known for being emotionally unstable. Their actions are rapid and explosive. When conjured, a salamander may prefer to arrive as a male with glowing eyes. Sylphs, the elementals of air, are intelligent, subtle, and, like salamanders, make rapid movements. Gnomes are the elementals associated with the element earth. These beings are said to live underground and in caves. Contrary to popular folklore, gnomes are not short, funny little men. They can be overly emotional and even dangerous. They are often more quote-unquote solid than the other types of elementals, and may often arrive with dark hair, dark eyes, and olive-colored skin. The quote-unquote standard spirit has only an astral form, but no etheric or physical body. These types of beings may not operate in our world at all without possessing a living creature. Only by plugging into a living being may they have any experiences of or gain any pleasure from our world. Many spirits are described as moving back and forth between the material and astral planes, but direct contact between these entities and human beings usually happens in dreams. It is believed by many members of the occult and the members of Islam that each human being is assigned both a demonic counterpart and an angelic counterpart. Spirits of this kind, those assigned to you at birth, are often called tutelary spirits. It is true, however, that all humans are subject to the whisperings of not only their own demon, but demons and spirits who roam freely. After a vampiric spirit latches onto a human, they become increasingly difficult to remove. The spirit will feed from the negative thoughts of the individual and continue to further induce the very thoughts that feed it. Many of the worst, most inhumane crimes ever committed were likely to be the result of possession from a demonic spirit. In fact, these spirits are responsible for most people's most horrid acts, including yourself. When possessing a human, the spirit may enjoy all strong sensations, even pain, and this probably explains the self-destructive natures of those who are under possession. People who have been labeled crazy are often seen talking to themselves and interacting with a seemingly fictitious world, but it is indeed a mistake to assume that these people are responding to a completely non-existent forms. There could very well be someone, or something, on the other end of that conversation. Some people are under strong influence of negative spirits, while other people may be extremely psychic, but for either grouping, the results are the same: insanity. A possessing spirit may be starved by controlling the thoughts that feed it, in which case the spirit will detach from the individual and go find sustenance elsewhere. In other cases, the spirit must be exorcised. Spirits exist in a hierarchy, and consequently, those conducting the exorcism usually call upon the names of God or entities superior to the possessing spirit to drive away the pest. The spirit may be cast out during the exorcism, or may be confined to an object, which is to be discarded. Do not make the amateur's mistake of associating the inhabitants of the spirit or astral world with the afterlife of human beings. The entities that reside in the astral plane are not human, and probably never were. Simply put, these entities have nothing to do with your dead grandma. Although many people imagine spirits as extremely concerned with the activities of humans, in truth, many spirits are indifferent to humans. Spirits and elementals see the earth as a three-dimensional living environment, and as a result, many spirits live beneath the ground, in the air, in the waters and oceans, and in the wooded areas. What's more is that many of these beings will usually choose to live away from high concentrations of humans and may be inclined to inhabit deserted regions. Only a small percentage of elementals and spirits choose urban habitations. Spirits are subject to the will of man by the working of magic, but they still have individual personalities and share the same palette of emotions humans have. Spirits share many of our emotions, but so do many animals of the material plane. Although their emotions are often similar to people, the intellect of a spirit is, on the average, beneath a human's. Some spirits have intellect that is above and beyond the mind of a man, but most are as intelligent as the higher orders of the animal kingdom. Other spirits may not be sentient, and may have no true will of their own, but may simply be collections or concentrations of spiritual energy. There are physical effects that can be associated with the presence of a spirit. The individual may feel a tingling at the back of their neck, their fingertips, and toes. It may also include the sensation of spider webs being laid across the skin, or cold breezes gracing the flesh. Those in the presence of a spirit may have a general feeling of not being alone, or being watched, perhaps sensing an upsurge of emotions like joy or fear. Many quote-unquote ghost hunters claim that spirits, perhaps more likely elementals, produce a slight magnetic field when they're present, and produce fluctuations in magnetic fields as they pass. It is also often reported that they can use microphones to produce noise they otherwise would not be able to indulge the ears of those present with. If our eyes were sensitive to the spirit world, we would see orbs and shadows moving about our homes countless times in a single day. Some objects, which we know to be inanimate, may even appear alive. This spiritual traffic is quite normal and usually not harmful. The possible psychological effects on those who are sensitive to the spirit world, and a world of those who aren't, could be crippling, and those sensitive people who cannot reconcile the material and spirit worlds are more readily labeled insane. Cats, and a few other animals, could see more of the spirit world, and you may find them transfixed by seemingly empty space. This quote-unquote empty space may only be empty in our eyes, whereas the cat may be observing the comings and goings of a spirit. Most intelligent spirits are associated with the 5 elements, the 7 planets, or the Qliphoth. They are considered elementals if associated with the 5 elements. They are called spirits and intelligences if they are associated with the 7 planets, and spirits associated with the Qliphoth are exclusively demonic. According to Kabbalistic teachings, the Qliphoth is essentially the Averse universe. This is a mirror image of the celestial universe, an anti-universe, if you will. The Kabbalistic tree of life represents the celestial realms, while the tree of knowledge of good and evil represents the Qliphoth, this anti-universe. If you recall, these are the 2 trees Adam and Eve encountered in the Garden of Eden. The demons, or Qliphothic spirits, represent another classification of spirits. The word demon has come to mean any negative spirit which is hostile to mankind. These beings are extremely chaotic and may not always have a conception of the consequences of their actions. Demons are adverse to humans and are either in the Qliphoth or roaming the earth, feeding from life force and causing strife and illness among mankind. They are also highly impulsive and violent, reveling in only the base emotions like lust, fear, and anger. They, like many spirits, possess the minds of human beings so that they may derive pleasure from our world. Evidence of their presence is intense feelings of fear and perhaps disgusting odors. Demons are exclusively vampiric in nature and feed from the life force of humans, and it is our life force that gives the demon substance and energy. These spirits can become powerful if allowed to continue feeding in the material plane. Although capable of wearing many forms, demons tend to prefer arriving as hideous forms, with voices and odors that humans find disagreeable. The word jinn is Arabic for demon, and it is where we get the word genie. Unlike many religions, Christianity to name one, Muslims have been given more detailed information regarding the beings in the spirit world, and since much of these details are echoed by those in the occult, the Muslim perspective regarding the spirit world is worth reviewing here. Muslims believe that the jinn were created before mankind and are beings of free will to an extent. The bodies of the jinn are said to be made of smokeless flame, while humans are said to be made of clay and angels made of light. The jinn may come in many forms, but the most common forms are those of spirit, those of man, and those of snakes. There are many reports throughout the scriptures of Islam of jinn in human form. Jinn are said to cause strife and illness among humans and, although not all jinn are evil, delight in making hardship for mankind. Jinn who are wholly evil and operate as direct agents of Satan are called shayateen, and our more powerful jinn are called afrit. As stated previously, the possession of the jinn is often responsible for the worst crimes, the worst acts of impulse, psychological problems, and many physical illnesses. Headaches, insomnia, nightmares, laziness, and antisocial behavior have all been frequently attributed to the influence of jinn. Muslims also believe in the vampiric nature of jinn. claiming that those who sleep in the presence of jinn will wake up tired and depleted. Muslims and members of the occult believe that there is some kind of contract or agreement between our race and the race of jinn. In the occult, this contract is referred to as the covenant. This covenant allows humans to use words of power and thoughts to command the demons. For example, the phrase Bismillah is used by Muslims to cleanse food, water, and even whole rooms of demonic influence. I have heard occult writers remark that this covenant, which was formed between the human and demon races, is the result of the trace amounts of demonic blood found in all people. And it is this blood tie that allows humans, using magic, to master and command our ancestors. Muslims believe that the jinn have been barred from the heavens. Jinn may only stay in the celestial regions for so long before the lack of something to stand on forces them to fall back to earth. They believe that the falling or shooting stars are jinn who have been attacked by angels and forced to plummet back to earth. Today, it is part of popular culture to make a wish when witnessing a falling star. Since making a wish is something you're encouraged to do upon meeting a genie, it is likely that this tradition of making a wish when witnessing a falling star is based on the Muslim belief that shooting stars are genies. Naturally, Muslims are prohibited from making a wish upon seeing a shooting star, and are further prohibited from employing the aid or services of demons. Muslims believe that the jinn mostly prefer to live in places far from the habitation of humans, but the human-looking demons may choose to live among mankind. Jinn are believed to live in places such as oceans, caves, underground, and in the sky, and may even be inclined to occupy dirty places such as landfills and bathrooms. Some jinn, if not all, are capable of reproduction. Followers of Islam are discouraged from keeping dirty and unsanitary living quarters, as it is claimed that these habits attract jinn into the household. Holy water, which is simply water that has had certain prayers uttered over it, is also used to cleanse a room of jinn and their influence. But there is one jinn you can't just cleanse away, and that is the jinn that was assigned to you at birth. The Muslims, like many in the occult, say that each person is assigned a demon and an angel at birth. This combination of angel and demon in your relationship to them is the true source of much of your personality. Christians only believe in guardian angels because the guardian demon is not mentioned in the Bible, to my knowledge anyways. The next classification that those in the spirit world fall into is called larvae. Larvae, sometimes called thought forms, are the parasites of the spirit world. These parasitic entities are the direct creation of the desires of man. When a person concentrates on a single thought, a larva is formed. Many times, a thought form will die and dissipate the moment that person's attentions are directed elsewhere. But if the individual is consumed by that thought or desire, the larva will continue to grow. Like vampiric spirits, these non-sentient larvae feed from the very thoughts that created it, and will often induce this thought in the mind of its host in order to feed. These beings are not intelligent and cannot be commanded, only banished. The only trace of intellect they display is a sense of self-preservation. These larvae feed upon the life force of their host and continue to steal his vitality until he no longer feeds the being with obsessive thoughts which are usually negative in nature. These beings have no function to humans, whether that function is magical or otherwise. These thought forms, which are concentrations of spiritual energy, can flake off of people and can cling to other people and even objects. In this way, can a person accumulate a sinful nature, and places accumulate a bad vibe. This concept of the thought form is, however, a bit more complicated than spiritual insects. This is in no small part related to the fact that thought forms can be projected. These thought projections are part of our lives in a subtle yet real way. The deliberate projection of a thought form from one mind to another is most commonly known as telepathy. There are certain people that can walk into a room and send the mood of the room into deep freeze, and there are others who can lighten any atmosphere. Humans, and even non-humans, will subconsciously sense the nature of a particular aura and act on that sense in very conscious ways. How many times have thoughts of someone you know come into your mind moments before you received a call from them? Some of these instances are coincidence, in that the people who we often receive phone calls from are the very same who are often on our minds. In other cases, especially when the thought of that person came abruptly and did not evolve into being, as most day-to-day thoughts do, you may have experienced the phenomena of telepathy. The idea of the evil eye pervades many cultures to this day. The evil eye is the sending of malicious and hurtful thoughts through an intentional act of telepathy. Being unaware of the source of these malicious feelings, the recipient of these negative thoughts often interprets and responds to the messages with self-hatred. The recipient isn't the only one who will feel the pain of this attack, however, because the sender is feeding his own larva. Further, the recipient may have an unconscious urge to begin thinking negative thoughts about the sender, which can cause physical and emotional damage to the original sender. Most religions warn against thinking negative thoughts about other people or cursing others under your breath. There is perhaps a good reason for this advice. Telepathy, a projection in the world of thoughts and dreams, does not respect our notion of space and in no way hinges on the distance between the subjects. As with most forms of magic, I'm told a vegetarian diet facilitates telepathic sensitivity. The middle pillar ritual, detailed earlier, is a far more solid way to increase one's sending and receiving capabilities. I have also heard of thought embedding, where an object is charged with the energies of a certain thought form. The object then becomes a receptacle for a deliberately created larva. The methods behind embedding a thought into someone else's mind and embedding it into an object are largely the same. The last kind of spirit is angels. Angels are holy and completely dedicated to the service of the light, or God. In this, I speak of only the angels who remain loyal to God, as opposed to the fallen angels, who I clumped into the demon category as those who wander or reach out from the infernal realms. In magical rituals, angels cannot be commanded to perform jobs that are adverse to their character. Any command given to an angel will be handed down to lesser spirits. Of the many angels and archangels, 4 reign supreme: Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, and Uriel. As stated earlier, each person is assigned a guardian angel at birth, and it is the duty of this angel to counteract the negative whispering which stream from that person's demonic counterpart. This guardian angel is not entirely a separate being, but merely another part of the whole. It is this being who is separated from the whole by the veil that represents each person's direct connection to God. This entity does not tell lies, nor commandeer free will. Contrary to popular belief, this being is solely interested in your spiritual fate and does not concern itself with your mortal fate. Put simply, if your soul is more likely to enter into heaven by dying today, rather than years from now, your guardian angel will do nothing to spare you from today's danger. Self-preservation is, in many ways, the duty of your tutelary demon rather than your guardian angel. It is important not to confuse the light, which represents the guardian angel or God himself, with the light bringer, which is Prometheus. This balance of angel, demon, and man is the perfect way of ensuring free will, all while keeping man neck deep in a spiritual game. If the tutelary demon or guardian demon were to gain undue control over the wills of an individual, The result would be a decline in moral character, physical, and mental health. This being, which drives us to selfishness, greed, and base ambitions such as sex and power, is also responsible for many of the acts of our lives we call achievements. Pragmatism is the true way of our guardian demons. People who are under strong demonic influence are mean, distant, selfish, and disloyal. They are strangers to charity, because in the back of their mind is always the voice saying, "What's in it for me?" These individuals will also exhibit many self-destructive behaviors like drug use, promiscuous sex, overeating, gambling, etc. Individuals who are strongly under the influence of their guardian angel are gentle and unambitious. They will extend their resources to others with one act of charity after another until they've made themselves destitute. Their distaste for conflict makes them virtually defenseless, and their unwillingness to gain power over others leaves their sphere of influence extremely limited. They have a jovial spirit that not even the most dire conditions can crush, and are often treated with kindness, even by unkind people. Sending thoughts from one person to another can be done in multiple ways, even unconsciously, as stated earlier. If you were attempting telepathy, I would recommend you use multiple methods to achieve this. In order to use telepathy to implant thoughts, you must first understand this. Each person has a part of their body on every plane of existence, reaching all the way up to God Himself. Telepathy is communication on the astral plane. The astral plane does not respect our sense of space and distances, yet still has separate locations. Like the internet parallel that I illustrated earlier, each of these locations can be accessed by a single mind. In the astral world, to imagine a thing is to access its location, and it is this location that you will direct your thoughts. Detailed visualizations of the target person or object must not be neglected. This is even more important than the method of thought transfer. First, imagine the person in the sharpest possible detail sitting in front of you. Begin to tell the person your thoughts, the command or message, and explain what you want them to do and why they should do it. Second, imagine yourself in their body, sitting in front of you, as if you've moved your consciousness and awareness into the target. After moving your consciousness into the target, you should then visualize looking back at yourself through their eyes. Imagine yourself detailing the command or message through their eyes. Imagine them complying to your demands. Third, imagine the command or message as a ball of energy or an image, and imagine that energy or image being inserted into the target person or object. The best way to communicate using telepathy is a Morse code system. In this system, the recipient must be ready to listen and must also know when one message ends and another begins. Find two index cards, and on them draw two completely different shapes. These shapes must be different in every possible way. I recommend drawing a large, solid black circle on one card and a red X or plus sign on the other card, or perhaps an imperfect shape. Then, using the same techniques outlined earlier, begin sending a description of the shape on the card you currently hold. Avoid using telepathic negatives such as, "It is not solid," "It is not black," "It is not round." Confine your description to what the shape is, rather than what the shape isn't. When trying to send the shape drawn on one card, keep the shape drawn on the other card completely out of your mind. To transmit a certain shape, begin describing that shape in every possible way. For example, when transmitting the shape of the red X card, send concepts like red, has straight lines, empty on the inside. When describing the card with the black circle, send concepts like black, has only curves, is solid on the inside. It's important for the recipient to not try too hard, but instead allow the transmitted shape to form naturally in their mind. Spend at least 30 seconds transmitting the characteristics of each card before sending the next shape. and be sure to have the recipient record the message his mind received before moving on to the next card, or doing the same card again. If my left brain mentality and knowledge of computer programming aided my ability to grasp anomalous, independent yet interwoven universes, then it certainly impeded my ability to understand magic. The problem arose with my conception of a command. In computer programming, commands are sent to the computer in a very formalized way. Computer programming languages are extremely structured and inflexible. Another roadblock to understanding magic, which sprang up because of my computer nerd dispositions, was regarding the parameter of faith. In computer land, countless times have I succeeded brilliantly in solving a problem by a series of random, trial and error potshots that I was sure won't work. And, as if it were part of the ritual, I didn't fail to utter that suspicion aloud either. In most cases, "this won't work" was followed shortly by, "did that just work?" But in magic, absolute faith is necessary. Rule number 1, faith. Like every other path of spiritual development, magic requires faith. Without belief and focus, you and your spells are sure to fail. Surely, this is an aspect of the occult that has kept the merely curious at bay. But there was something else about magic that violated and troubled my computer-like mind. Magic's arbitrary nature. While reviewing medieval grimoires, one is struck by the countless strange requirements for a given spell. You have to say these incantations at this time of year, facing that direction. A modern aspirant to the magical arts will find himself saying things like, "the testicle of a wild bull, where the hell am I gonna get that?" Oh, but don't forget that you have to cut that bull's balls off at midnight, and only in February, or that spell is a big no-go. This may sound like an absurd exaggeration, unworthy of being included in an objective analysis of magic, but this is exactly the kind of stuff one finds while perusing texts about magic written greater than a century ago. One can hardly exaggerate magic's arbitrary, comical, and often contradictory nature. Surely another aspect of the occult that has kept the merely curious at bay. Traces of this truth can be found in popular culture, where you have the witch reading off a list of arbitrary herbs and arbitrary body parts of arbitrary animals and throwing them into a stirring cauldron on arbitrary nights of the year.
Ain't life hard when you got a dream? Standing there, what does it mean? What's coming around, what's going down? Gonna put it out there for you and me. Spinning wheels, round and round. Spinning wheels go round. Spinning wheels, round and round. Keep you moving on down. Spinning wheels, round and round. Spinning wheels,
Who came up with these rules? And who enforces my command when the recipe is executed properly? Because these are the questions that would occur first to a programmer. Who or what is the program that enforces my will once the spell has executed properly? Why does this program respond to my commands at all? And who the hell was looking over my shoulder to make sure I crept upon that bull on a February night? My feet sporting top-of-the-line running shoes, my trembling hands wielding a knife, and my eyes blazing with emasculating menace. This force looking over my shoulder and executing my commands, I'll call the magical program. If one delves into only a couple books about magic and the occult, they come away believing that magic is terribly inflexible. These rules, as arbitrary as they may be, are still rules, but in truth, there are nearly countless ways of achieving the same goals in magic. Unlike computer land, there are many efficient ways to send the same command to the magical program. The first indication of this fact lies in the many languages used by magicians all over the world to accomplish the same goals or contact the same entities. As I stated in The Name Game, the same entities have gone by many names in different eras and locations. In a ritual intended to conjure a particular entity, the name of choice would be uttered aloud. But you would think that when the rules of magic were etched into the universe, that a single verbal language would be the official language of the magical program. But rather, it appears that the magical program speaks all languages. Even if you locked yourself in a room with a magic 8-ball and created a whole new language based on its answers, rituals done in that language will still succeed. And if they didn't, it was probably because your brain doesn't have the deep ties and imagery to the words of your newly created language. Although magicians admit that some verbal and written languages have inherent power, in reality, any will do. Those languages which magicians claim have occult virtues are many old and dead tongues, like Hebrew, Chaldean, etc. Many good magicians suggest that although using unfamiliar languages and rituals will achieve the same result, it is unadvisable to do so. They advise that you use your mother tongue so that you know exactly what you're asking for. Embedded in this tip lies a truth. Use your mother tongue, whichever it may be. It appears that the magical program speaks every language, even the noble tongue of 8-ball. But there is indeed a method to the madness. Magicians will incorporate foreign languages, or alternate names, into their spellings and writings to hide the true meaning from the profane in the case that they are discovered. Symbols constitute the other method by which they guard their secrets. The quote-unquote profane are those unilluminated by magic. Magicians are accustomed to living a secretive life, and for more than one reason. The first reason for all the cloak and dagger is the persecutions magicians have suffered at the hands of everyone from organized religion all the way down to small-town lynch mobs. Men of science have also suffered similar fates. The second reason for all the secrecy is based on the simple principle that knowledge is power. Put simply, the less you know, the mightier their power is. Sadly, many magicians go to great lengths to promote atheism and disbelief in the paranormal. A world full of disbelievers is a playground for the magicians. The third reason for all the misdirection is fear, from knowing that the bad magicians will kill them. Even the most well-meaning, God-fearing, and benevolent magicians of this age and ages past regarded the profane as inferior and unworthy of these secrets. And a part of me is inclined to agree. The average man whittles his life away watching mind-numbing TV and buying crap they don't need, while the answers to some of the universe's deepest truths were only a couple mouse clicks away, and usually free. Even legendary magicians like Amberlin, who was more white sheets than any preacher you'll ever meet, regarded the common man as unworthy. So even though I agree with their reasoning, as your author and humble narrator, I'm sure it's quite obvious that I agree, just not enough. I believe in disclosure, because the facts that these magicians know about the world does affect the average man every day. One example of many, magicians know that many cases of mental disorders are not psychological, but spiritual. Still, they promote the psychological assertions of men like Freud and Darwin, who they know to be wrong, and having us popping antidepressants that they know won't work, and perhaps opening our mind up to even more spiritual influence. Is it any wonder that, almost comically, depression, psychotic episodes, and suicide are side effects of antidepressant and antipsychotic medications? It's been said that humans were once telepathic and could communicate to each other and even animals using only their mind. Let's assume, hypothetically, that that's correct. If a human and animal could in any way perceive each other's thoughts, then there must be a universal language by which concepts and images are conveyed. This universal language is so universal that even the animals speak it. So perhaps the magical program accepts commands by listening to the thoughts and intentions of the magician. Still, there must be something else that the magical program requires to constitute a magical command. Everyone has called out God, sometimes while doing the most horrendous things, and he failed to show up. Countless times have the words Satan and the devil been said aloud or contemplated on, and still he doesn't show. We all have will and desires, but what stops those everyday thoughts from becoming magical commands? The answer is ritual, visualization, and invocation. We all have ritual. Some smoke a cigarette the moment they wake up, some stumble to the coffee machine, and others head straight to the bathroom. Every day we engage in ritualistic behavior, but the difference between our rituals and the rituals of the magician is that ours are utilitarian, while theirs are symbolic. Ours are done to achieve a goal that needs achieving frequently, so we do them frequently, while in their rituals, the individual actions are symbolic of their intentions and represent an organized way to send commands to the magical program. The second major difference between our ritual and theirs is intense visualization. Often, while uttering the words of the ritual, the magician is intensely visualizing things like energy being drawn into him, sent out of him, drawn from high above, or using it to trace invisible symbols in the air. At the beginning of the ritual, the magician's imagination is essentially cleansed, where he begins to imagine everything in the world disappearing except that which he needs to complete the ritual at hand. The third difference regarding rituals involves invoking certain spirits to do certain jobs. While conducting a ritual, the priest will call upon higher forces, such as archangels, archdemons, angels, intelligences, and other ruling spirits to see to it that the priest's command is executed. The priest calls upon, or invokes, these higher forces by uttering their names aloud while visualizing them. And so, there it is. Symbolic ritual, corresponding visualizations, and invocations to the dominant spirits open the gate to the magical program. But if this be entirely true, then why must or should I do certain things on certain days? Had I spit into that toad's mouth after sunrise, would I be left with my asthma? Why would a spirit care if it's a full moon or what day of the week it is? And then there's all these rules relative to my environment. My ritual circle bearing certain symbols, drawn on the floor relative to the points on the compass, my altar at its center. And who was the first to try all of this? And are they sane enough to take seriously? But hey, I'm not here to debunk, nor project an aura of disbelief with all my questions. I'm merely curious. And, of course, then came the time for me to actually start practicing magic. One can't study the occult without studying magic, and magic is something that's impossible to learn completely from afar. I can say, without exaggeration, that I've read at least 70 books about magic in an effort to study the occult from the outside. The ultra-curious like myself, having to read book after book about gaining new knowledge and powers, is as cruel as sending brochures for amusement parks to a kid laid up in the hospital. But I already had a couple things going for me, and I wasn't a newbie in the strictest sense. Firstly, I had a basic, yet solid understanding of occult principles. Secondly, I had faith. Thirdly, I already knew what I needed to begin doing, like how my diet of peanut butter cookies and Mountain Dew was going to have a distinctly negative impact on my magical career. After coming to grips with the existence of the Illuminati, Together with their firm belief in the occult, I became a believer in the power of magic. But I was afraid. I was afraid of opening portals to beings in other dimensions right next to my dirty clothes hamper. I was afraid of dealing with alien beings when I can hardly navigate dealings with my own race. And I was afraid of adding even more sin to the copious globs I was already holding on to. I know who I am. I'm weak and pathetic, and to sum it all up, I was afraid of going Darth Vader. Despite all this, I started doing rituals derived from the Order of the Golden Dawn and have been practicing for some time. Until now, I've resisted an urge many authors fail to resist, inundating their books with personal stories. Here, I believe one is in order, but if I play my cards right, you can still keep learning about important topics. How's that sound? At first, my research was completely geared to the Illuminati and Satanism specifically. I started reading books about Satanism and black magic, and noticed something that many Satanists partake in, using the names of multiple religions and mythologies to describe the same character. In the same sentence, Satanists would name 5 different gods from 5 different religions and declare that they were in fact the same entity. This was a conclusion that I came to independently. These black magicians made casual references to the biblical struggle of good and evil, the Greek and Egyptian gods, the Dajjal and Jinn of Islam, the Chi or life force of the Chinese, and the chakras of the Hindus. They appeared to embrace the truth in every religion, as if they took a bit of every religion and formed a new one, calling it the occult. But perhaps what has actually happened is that every religion has remaining shreds of occult truth, simply different shreds. This made the occult the purest remaining copy of the ultimate truth. From Jay-Z to David Rockefeller, the individual members of the Illuminati come from many different backgrounds and from many times and places. But the tie that is interwoven in all they do, the tie that truly binds, is the occult. Indeed, from where I was standing, all roads led to the occult. So my researching eye began to wander away from the exclusive realm of Satanism and black magic, and turned its attentions towards the occult as a whole. In regards to the wider world of the occult, you'll generally run into 2 types of books: the philosophy of the occult and magic. Avoid the former. Books about occult philosophy that make no mention of the laws of magic are often laced with deliberate misinformation, cryptic terms, veiled remarks, and a respectable gallery of symbols. Who are more guilty than the Freemasons? Yet, sadly, this is the chewed meat most reach for when studying the occult. Books about magic, on the other hand, spoke of the same things but in more literal terms. Unlike Freemasonic authors and other occult philosophers, who give grandiose titles to even the most elementary principles of magic, and even more pompous titles to themselves, the magician has dispensed with their misleading symbolism. What's more is that the New Age movement was founded upon the misleading teachings of these occult authors. Since the symbols and veiled comments of these occult philosophers are always based on magic, little true wisdom is to be gleaned from the text of these authors without knowledge of basic magical principles. Similar to how a dog views the English language as a series of meaningful keywords separated by mostly meaningless babble, our researcher will find himself scan-reading these texts for keywords that offer a few meaningful reference points he can cling to: Lucifer, the light, Joachim and Boaz, and anything else that rings a bell. This constitutes the bulk of occult researchers. The truth of this statement is easily apparent by observing how many of these researchers will tell you that the Illuminati practice the occult, and how few of them will tell you how it's used. Without magic, there is no occult. Without magic, the occult is nothing more than a collection of symbolic folklore and superstitions, same as every other religion. Without magic, the occultist has no more access to hidden truth than the rest of us, and, like the rest of us, must wait for crumbs of wisdom from above to pass the veil and fall into their lap. The first thing I noticed about the more morally balanced magicians is how they speak to and about negative spirits. While in ritual, the Satanist spoke to these demons as gods, while the white magician spoke to them as slaves. The Satanist spoke from both sides of his mouth in regards to his relationship to these negative entities. On one side of his mouth, he spoke of himself as ascending to godhood by using external, but mainly internal, magic, and these beings were simply facilitating that ambition, each Satanist recognizing himself as the only God. While on the other side of their mouth, they spoke of the demons as gods and demanded that their fellow Satanists accept Satan as their new Lord and guide. One minute it's, "There's no such thing as evil," and the next minute it's, "Satan, darkest of the dark lords of evil, come forth within me." They spoke of loyalty and compassion as weaknesses harbored by the human herd, the prey. They promote the unlimited use of man's naturally predatory instinct. They believe in the casting off of moral labels and replacing them with pragmatism. They spoke of using magic to transform their spirits and become gods. The white magician, on the other hand, spoke to these same beings as a parent speaks to a child, as though his command was a God-given right. This is more than my own figure of speech. Often these priests would call upon the many names of God to bring spirits into the ritual, and also use them to control and punish the disobedient ones. After the names of God, these magi would call upon the powers of archangels to force the obedience of almost any spirit. The magician would assign an inanimate object to the spirit, and like a voodoo doll, subject that object to injury, thereby subjecting the spirit to the same injuries. And finally, he would use iron objects, like swords and knives, to stab disruptive spirits. Satanists, on the other hand, may hesitate to bring iron anywhere near the spirit during a ritual, as it may offend the gods. Another thing that impressed me about magicians, both good and bad, was their overall knowledge they possessed regarding the Bible, Islam, apocryphal texts, Judaism, Hinduism, and almost all of the mythologies. They could quote the Bible with the best of them. This overall spiritual knowledge is most likely due to their understanding regarding the singular root story, rather than intense memorization on their part. The fact that they have so liberally used the names and storylines from multiple beliefs so interchangeably is proof of this. What else I found interesting was how some magicians referred to Osiris and Yahweh as Lord, except when they spoke of him or identified him in any way, it was always in terms of Jesus Christ. Further, these very same magicians recommended a lifestyle and use of magical powers that anyone could call Christian. Some magicians, like our aforementioned Amberlin, recommended a lifestyle only the angels could touch. His emphasis regarding the moral use of magic and devotion to God became redundant, even to the well-intentioned reader. But there was something else about these occult writers that drew me in. I found myself intrigued by their commentary about psychology, history, and the true nature of man in the universe. This commentary, streaming in from both good and bad magicians, was insightful enough to offer proof of their sanity, and crazy enough to be nearly beyond belief. They painted a picture of the universe my rational mind was almost not ready for. But I guess it wasn't just their sanity that was in question, because they were doing no more than answering questions I've had all my life. Like, why do I, and everyone else, do things so far outside the realm of self-preservation? Countless times have I looked back at acts of my life, both righteous and wicked, and said, what the hell was I thinking? It's obvious that both acts of charity, say giving canned foods, and acts of debasement, say buying a pack of cigarettes, will amount to some form of loss to the one who has chosen either extreme. I also had questions about the strange sensation I get every once in a while that I'm experiencing something that already happened, usually called deja vu. Even in a completely new and unforeseen environment, sometimes I could swear I've already been here, doing this, having this exact conversation. And what's up with the weird images that flood my mind in the last few moments before I actually fall asleep? Strange animations of objects in motion, people I don't know, landscapes I've never witnessed. While in a visibly empty room, why do I sometimes feel like I'm not alone? I had questions, and only because I was ready to know, they had answers. Truly, all roads were leading to the occult. The word occult simply means hidden. This is not only a reference to hidden knowledge, but also the hidden properties that all things possess. In the occult, all objects and spaces not only have chemical and physical properties, but hidden occult properties as well. Take holy water, for instance. When making holy water, the magician or Catholic priest performs a ritual that includes prayers that cleanse the water. After this, the water's hidden properties are clean, despite the fact that a chemist would claim that the water is unchanged. Those hidden properties of the water are not only clean, but the water can now be used to clean the occult properties of other objects, and even people. This is the premise behind holy water. Although magicians and priests have similar intentions for making holy water, the methods are surely different. A magician will imagine himself reaching into the water and drawing out negative virtues. He will intensely visualize cleansing energy flowing into the water while saying a short prayer. The Catholic priest, on the other hand, is more likely to simply close his eyes, rapidly spout a hollow, well-memorized prayer over the water, and be on his way. I've heard many knowledgeable magicians recommend performing similar prayers and visualizations for food and water immediately before consumption. In essence, eating not but holy food, and drinking not but holy water. Muslims perform this same act of cleansing by saying Bismillah before the meal. If said in a hollow and faithless manner, Bismillah will have no effect. If said with faith and passion, however, Bismillah is claimed to purify the occult properties of their food, and even entire rooms for that matter. There are also types of magic that's holy and ordained. Take the exorcisms performed by Catholic and Islamic priests, for instance. Like magicians, these priests would separate a seducing spirit from its human host by invoking the many names of God aloud, and even claiming God's authority. And, like a magician, these priests can succeed in freeing someone from demonic possession. This is nothing but magic. Uttering the names of God aloud does no more than produce a series of sound waves, which would affect the demon no more or less than any other pattern of sound waves. The sound waves produced by Bismillah should not be any more capable of cleaning occult properties or driving away evil spirits than saying purple spider monkey. Don't let this mere illustration of holy water, however, bring you to the conclusion that the hidden essence that lay in all things is no more than a one-dimensional scale, ranging from holy to evil. Just like an object has multiple physical properties simultaneously, the same object also has multiple occult properties simultaneously. The physical properties of an object are things like width, height, depth, weight, color, shape, etc. Physical objects have all of these properties at once. A large part of magic is devoted to two types of hidden properties. The first property is the elements, and there are 5: spirit, air, water, fire, and earth. The second major type of hidden property is the planets, and there are 7: the sun, the moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. The 5 elements of the magicians were allegedly derived from the 4 elements the Greeks claimed all things were made from. After more research, especially into Greek philosophers such as Plato and Aristotle, who I suspect had occult knowledge, I am more convinced that the reverse is true, and that the Greeks based their belief of the 4 elements, air, water, earth, and fire, on the magician's 5 elements. The term, the elements, remains with us to this day. To be exposed to the elements is to be left outside and exposed to rain, which is water, dirt, which is earth, air, which is air, and sunlight, which is fire. Magicians also make references to other properties. Some truly are as generic as positive and negative, while other hidden properties may be a living being, like a spirit. As stated previously, a spirit can be bound to an object. The nature of these hidden properties, both elemental and planetary, is measured in personality, rather than the mathematically sound inches and pounds that physical properties are measured by. Each of the elements and planets has correspondences to almost everything imaginable. Everything from body parts to odors to points on the compass to angels. Listening to magicians explain why that odor or that stone or that type of tree corresponds to a particular planet certainly makes for some comedy. So not only can someone insert the influence of, say, Jupiter into an object, but the physical makeup of the object makes it inclined towards a particular planetary or elemental influence. In this case, one would choose objects whose physical properties lent themselves to Jupiter. Many people believe that things like rabbit's feet have a natural occult essence of luck. I have not heard an occultist comment on this, but it's no more absurd than spitting into a frog's mouth. The metal copper, for instance, is inclined to the influence of Venus. Therefore, copper is a venereal metal. Venereal, Venus, the goddess of lust and sex, go figure. But planetary or spiritual properties aren't the only hidden properties an object or given space has. There are also threads that permanently bind every material particle to every other particle that it has ever come in contact with. Imagine for a moment that every time you touch an object, small threads remain that tie your hand to that object forever. The more times you touch that object, the more threads between you and it are created. The average person would therefore have many residual threads between them and the fabrics in their clothes and furniture, but also fluids or solids that passed through or came from your body would naturally have many lingering threads. Because of the length of time they were in your body and sheer surface area contact, the things like sweat, blood, semen, hair, milk, or skin would likely contain more lingering threads than urine or feces. This web that binds all things, the Force from Star Wars, goes by many names: the Akasha, Indra's web, the web of word, the web of life, and the Force. Essentially, everything you've ever touched or excreted is still touching you. Most of this material has decomposed into the earth, returned to the ocean, or rotting in a landfill. Naturally, a magician would find things like your clothes, hair, blood, and extremely personal items useful if he desired to target you, as it makes for an easy way for him to describe your whereabouts to a spirit. This web that binds all things makes it possible for objects and spaces to essentially record events, which brings us to the problem of ghosts. Ghosts are usually thought of as spirit beings who roam or haunt a given place. Some ghosts repeat the same actions over and over again, while other ghosts seem to interact with people and objects in our world. Some ghosts are comprised not of individuals, but as objects such as ghost ships and ghost trains. Other ghosts may be whole groups of people, such as American Civil War battles, where whole ghost armies are seen marching into battle. Some ghosts aren't objects at all, but noises, feelings, and odors that seem to come from a distant past. The most pervading theory regarding ghosts is that they are the souls of departed who weren't ready to quote-unquote move on. Consequently, with unfinished business in our world, they continue to roam the place where they perished. Attached to each, of course, is this traumatic, tearjerker story of how the person died and why they have unfinished business. This theory has been screamed and echoed from the hills by every spiritualist and self-proclaimed psychic out there. While I was researching the spirit world, I ignored these spiritualists and psychics. Even if they were indeed psychic, and even if they honestly and accurately relate to me all they knew about the spirit world, they demonstrated no control. Their knowledge was limited to what information a spirit or environment would volunteer, a merely subjective relationship. But to see or hear something I can't, not being a psychic, implies that you only know of it, not about it. You know of its existence, not its nature. It's the difference between seeing a bolt of lightning and knowing how to harness it. The psychic remains subject to the danger posed by lightning because he cannot tell why it strikes or where it will fall next. He can only proclaim its existence or presence as a fact. These pint-sized mystics then create a whole system of superstitions to explain away the aspects of lightning they don't understand. The magician, on the other hand, demonstrated control. He knew how to work with the spirits, harness them, and how to stay safe from them. Also, the magician did not make the pitiful mistake of associating the spirit world with the afterlife of human beings in such an exclusive manner, unlike those mama's boys philosophers and old maid eccentrics. Bottom line, the magician didn't have to hope for a haunted house, he could make it haunted. He did not have to ask the spirit to leave, he could make it leave. Hence my decision. There are numerous holes in the theory that a tragic story, combined with unfinished business, leads to the creation of a ghost and the beginning of a haunting. The most glaring is the fact that not all ghosts are people, but, as suggested earlier, could be trains, ships, even odors. How did the train become a ghost? Did enough souls perish in the train to drag the train itself to the spirit world with them? Why did those Civil War soldiers bring their rifles, uniforms, and horse with them to the afterlife? Some hauntings don't include any speech at all, but instead noises, music, or odors that seem to rise from the past itself. Further, hospitals and busy intersections should be teeming with ghosts. Per square foot, both have seen more death than any haunted house ever did, or battlefield for that matter. All of us are familiar with the power of intention, whether consciously or unconsciously. Some people can be made upset by the mere mention of an undesired, yet extremely unlikely fate, as if the mere utterance of an event increases its chances. For example, a passenger on an airplane would get angry listening to another passenger muse and speculate over what would happen if we crashed. Sometimes, this responsive anger is logical. You may be correct in painting a very likely outcome. Being swept up in mindless optimism, the angry party may accuse you of raining on their parade. Other times, the angry response one receives for such speculation is not rational. The outcome you predict is so unlikely it is unworthy of serious consideration. Anger towards this type of speculation may not stem from violation of the rational senses, but intuitive ones. People who don't like to be jinxed are usually these over-optimistic types who subconsciously know the power of intention. Further, to be optimistic is a point of view. Two fans of different football teams sitting together watching their two teams compete would perceive any speculation from the other as pessimism. Then there are, of course, perfectly logical concerns that some people will label pessimistic. But honestly, what good is optimism if the plan sucks? If the plan sucks, worry and pessimism may be the only thing that saves you from an undesired and perhaps quite likely fate. Despite all of this, the power of intention cannot be denied. Although our thoughtless airplane passenger did not actually intend for the plane to crash, subconsciously, we all grasped the power of the wish. It is upon these wishes that the magician constructs his reality. The things a magician paints with his mind become real and visible by all the beings in the land of thoughts and dreams. A magician doesn't merely hold a wand. He uses it to project energy he visualizes, and when he paints invisible pentagrams in the air, the beings in the other world can see these symbols and are further subject to their function. Wishes, however, isn't the only variable a magician must consider. A principle most magicians live by is never swim upstream, never go against the wind. Magicians believe that rays are arriving to Earth or the material universe from the stars, and these rays contain within them certain trends. These rays make individual people and whole societies predisposed to certain behaviors. Like tides on an ocean, these behavioral trends wax and wane and can be predicted. At times when the rays of the heavens make people aggressive, this is the time when the magician seeks to cause strife and war. When the rays from the stars suggest a time of peace, the magician seeks to induce favors and garner friendships. Mostly, magicians concern themselves with the celestial effects brought on by the 7 magical planets. Each of these planets produce certain effects that rise and fall as the days and months go by. The magician always flows with the trends, but these trends are no mere machinations of popular culture, but celestial trends. Astrology, as it is popularly known today, is the use of heavenly bodies to track current and future trends. Astrology is based on the principle that the location of certain heavenly bodies helps indicate a person's or society's behavior, and therefore their fate. Unbeknownst to most of its believers, astrology was originally exclusively used by magicians in order to track when certain spells and rituals are to be performed. Most people use astrology to help dictate their day-to-day actions, and even though subtle astrological forces do play a part in determining a behavioral trend, it is not an art worthy of guiding one's life. The practitioner of astrology is likely to miss good opportunities or seize upon bad opportunities on account of their daily astrological horoscope. Too subtle are these astrological effects to be qualified to guide one's life. Common sense and a consistent set of right and wrongs is surely wiser. For the magician, however, the tide of these celestial forces offer a way to maximize the power of any magical undertaking. It is always important to bear in mind that magic is not hit or miss. It is easy to make the mistake of thinking about the results of a magical act in sharply contrasted terms like succeed and failure. In truth, magic exists in a constant shade of gray, where it is not a matter of whether the spell worked, but simply a matter of to what degree did it succeed. For instance, if someone desired to have a bit more extra cash in their pocket, they may create a magical talisman for the planet Jupiter, because Jupiter rules over luck and growth. A talisman is an object that has been energized by a particular type of energy or spirit, and these energies have been charged with a particular duty. In this case, the talisman has been energized with the force of Jupiter and has been charged with the duty of bringing extra money to the magician. Then the talisman is consecrated, and it is during the ceremony of consecration that the object is imparted a certain type of force, in this case Jupiter, and charged with its duty, in this case extra money. If this consecration ritual is not done on a Thursday, which is the day allocated to the planet Jupiter, the talisman will still be successfully energized and set to its duty, but its strength will be greatly reduced. What's more, even the hours of the day have been assigned to certain planets, meaning that if a talisman is created and consecrated on the day and hour of Jupiter, it will be even more powerful. The hours of the day that are dedicated to the 7 planets are dependent on both the time of the year and geographical location. The reason is that a magical day begins at sunrise. The first hour of the day is assigned to the planet which rules that day. Instead of hours that last exactly 60 minutes, in magic, the time between sunrise and sunset is divided into 12 pieces, and likewise, the time between sunset and sunrise is also divided into 12. These magical hours are therefore constantly changing. In summer, each of the first 12 hours are longer than each of the last 12 hours, because in summer, the days are longer than the nights. With days consisting of 14 hours of daylight and 10 hours of night, the AM hours, which will last 70 minutes, will be 40% longer than the PM hours, which will only be 50 minutes. On such a day, our money-chasing magician would be better off consecrating the talisman, not only on a Thursday, but in the first 70 minutes of daylight on that Thursday. As stated previously, magic should not be thought of in terms of failure and success, but instead the results of a magical working should be thought of as ranging from failure to success. Once the magical program receives an instruction, the results of that instruction manifest in a way that many would commonly label as miraculous. Often, quote-unquote success manifests itself through serendipitous coincidence, and the magic itself did no more than make the less likely more likely to occur. In this way, magic and its successful results are impossible to measure scientifically. The magical program attempts to bring this success to the magician by making the smallest possible change in the course of destiny. The second most important thing in magic, aside from intention, is ritual. The ritual, as stated previously, represents an organized way to send commands to the magical program, but it also aligns the mind of the magician with a certain type of magical energy. Two common types of magic is ritual magic and natural magic. Natural magic relies on the occult essence of a particular material in order to project a certain energy. Practitioners of natural magic often procure many strange herbs, stones, and may even require a substance derived from a dead animal. It is this type of magic that is commonly associated with witchcraft. The rituals of natural magic are minimalist and often involve no more labor than procuring rare substances and wishful thinking, literally. The texts of natural magic are often written after the fashion of a cookbook. Write the full name and birth date of your lover you desire on a pink candle. Light the candle and visualize them running into your arms over and over again. That's an oversimplified version of the kind of crap you'll find out there. Then there's ritual magic. No gem hunting, no herb gathering, no lizard eyes and cat's tongues, just bossing around spirits with my mind, my wand, and my words. For the remainder of this book, All of my references to magic will be to ritual magic specifically. The rituals of magic usually begin with a cleansing. Holy water and banishments comprise the most common ways in which cleansing of the ritual space is accomplished. The ritual space, the place you intend on doing a ritual, should be as clean and dark as possible. The room should be fragrant with a scent that corresponds to the type of energy you wish to summon. It is also important to note which walls are at what points of the compass, because what is done at one edge of the ritual space is usually done on all four sides: north, south, east, and west. A banishment is a small ritual where banishing pentagrams and/or banishing hexagrams are drawn at the four edges of the ritual space. The symbols the magician draws in the air are of course invisible and imaginary. Although it's just a rule of thumb, the banishing pentagram or hexagram is drawn counterclockwise, while its opposite, the invoking pentagram or hexagram, is drawn clockwise. Today, the most commonly used invoking and banishing pentagrams were those designed by Aleister Crowley. Why he decided on certain pentagram arrangements is truly baffling, and they are without the elegance of pattern. I despised having to memorize them, and I personally think that modern magicians should give those pentagram arrangements revision. A banishing symbol dispels a certain type of energy, while an invoking symbol activates a certain type of energy. It may be thought of as an on and off switch. To banish a certain energy is to turn it off, while invoking a particular energy turns it on. The purpose of a banishing at the beginning is to clean the area of all influences and make the ritual space spiritually neutral. For example, in order to activate the spirits of the realm Venus, one would draw a green hexagram facing all four directions, essentially enclosing your ritual space in imaginary green hexagrams. The hexagrams, being invoking hexagrams, should begin at the bottom right corner of the hexagram and move clockwise until the first triangle of the hexagram is drawn. From there, beginning at the opposite side of Venus, the point on the hexagram assigned to Mars, the second triangle is drawn, also in a clockwise fashion. And, being an odor of Venus, ideally the room should smell of rose. The spirits associated with the 7 planets are invoked and banished with the hexagram. For spirits of the 5 elements, the pentagram is used. Satanists tend to draw the pentagrams upside down, which is symbolic for the material element being higher than the element of spirit, which often represents God. It isn't uncommon for the names of power, such as the names of God, archangels, and angels, to be uttered while the symbols are drawn. Like in the middle pillar ritual in chapter 2, these special names are often vibrated, rather than spoken in a plain manner. Although opening rituals can come loaded with needless pageantry, the core of the opening ritual is the invocation. Here, a distinction must be drawn, because the word invocation has 2 meanings in magic. The first is the activation of a certain type of energy, which is the case for the recently mentioned hexagrams and pentagrams. It is this type of invocation that the opening ritual contains. The second type of invocation is directing a spirit into the magician, allowing the spirit to, at least partially, possess the practitioner. After the invocation of the opening ritual, the magical program is now quote-unquote listening for instruction. At this point, the magician may choose one of many paths. He may decide to question the spirit by evoking it into visible form or into a mirror. To evoke a spirit is to draw it into the ritual space, but not into the bodies and minds of those present. The magician may choose for the spirit to execute a particular command. He also may decide to infuse the spirit into a talisman. A talisman, like a voodoo doll, is an object that has been assigned to and associated with the essence of a particular being or energy. And finally, he may choose to invoke the spirit into his body, allowing the spirit to communicate with and partially command the magician. After the magician is satisfied and his will is accomplished, he begins the ritual's closing ceremony. The closing ritual, like the opening ritual, may itself be weighty with pageantry, but the heart of the closing is the banishments. The banishing ritual, at the beginning of the entire ritual, banishes general influences, while the banishing ritual at the end banishes the specific force that was invoked or activated during the ritual. The major implements of ritual magic are relatively few, and even more impressive is the fact that they aren't truly necessary at all, with perhaps the exception of the scrying mirror. The main tools of the magician include the wand, the dagger or sword, the cup, the altar, and the scrying mirror. The first of these, the wand, is used to direct energy and draw invoking symbols in the air. The element associated with the wand is fire, and fire represents the spark of life, in other words, the ability to give life. The wand is a phallic symbol and represents the active force, the male's ability to jumpstart life. Fire, whose symbol is an upward pointing triangle, is also associated with the lion, the south, the color red, and Archangel Michael. Fire also represents the will or desire. The second main implement is the dagger or sword. The dagger represents the element of air and is used to draw banishing symbols in the air, as opposed to the wand, which invokes. Air represents the mind and intellect. Air, whose symbol is an upward pointing triangle with a horizontal line through its center, is also associated with an angel, the east, the color yellow, and the Archangel Raphael. And, as stated earlier, the dagger is used to threaten and punish disobedient spirits. The cup, or goblet, is associated with the element water. Water is symbolic for the passive force, the feminine quality of the womb, and its ability to bear life. Water is likewise symbolic for blood and, more specifically, the previously discussed life force. In magic, fire and water represent the polar opposites of male and female. Water, whose symbol is a downward pointing triangle, is also associated with the eagle, the west, the color blue, and the Archangel Gabriel. In magic, water corresponds to dreams, emotions, and psychic work. The last major magical tool is the scrying mirror. The scrying mirror is related to the moon, rather than one of the elements. Since a spirit can more easily reveal itself in a mirror, an object called a scrying mirror is used as a medium to communicate with spirits. Occultists have used everything from rare stones to bowls of water as scrying mirrors. But a scrying mirror, in its most basic form, is often just a piece of glass that has been painted black on one side. Sometimes the scrying mirror is used for astral travel. Other times it is used as a place for spirits, even the weaker ones, to reveal themselves and other visions to the magician. The scrying mirror is a magical television screen. A ritual tool of lesser importance, I think, is the pentacle. This is usually a wooden or clay disc, the size of a dinner plate, and has a pentagram drawn upon it. The pentacle is essentially a spiritual shield. This implement corresponds to the element of earth. Earth, whose symbol is a downward pointing triangle with a horizontal line through its center, is associated with the bull, the north, earthly colors like green and brown, and Archangel Uriel. The ritual tool pentacle should not be confused with the talismanic pentacles that are used to bind spirits and energies to. Before being used in a ritual, all ritual tools undergo a ceremony of consecration, which is a ritual where that tool is magically activated. The four animals assigned to the first four elements, the lion, the eagle, the angel or human, and bull, also appear in the Bible. Ezekiel remarks on four living beings that came upon him instantly in a cloud. In Ezekiel chapter 1, verse 10, it states, "As for the likeness of their faces, they four had the face of a man, and the face of a lion on the right side, and they four had the face of an ox on the left side, and they four also had the face of an eagle." Later on in the Bible, Revelation chapter 4, verse 7, nearly the same exact animals are mentioned again. "And the first beast was like a lion, and the second beast was like a cow, and the third beast had the face of a man, and the fourth beast was like a flying eagle. As stated earlier, once the magician has invoked a spirit or type of energy, he has a number of options. The first option is to invoke the spirit into his body. To invoke a being into your body allows for direct communication between the spirit and the magician, and even allows the being to partly control the magician. For this reason, magicians should only invoke benevolent spirits into their bodies. Another option the magician has is to assign a spirit a direct task. The magician may ask the spirit to cause physical harm, feelings of attraction, and discord in other people. He may also ask the spirit to cause changes in the weather, cause disruption in entire organizations, and even find hidden things. Magic of this type, that alters the world outside of the magician, is called thaumaturgic magic. Once present, the magician may demand that the spirit empower a talisman. A talisman, often called a pentacle, is a physical object that represents a spiritual energy. The talisman becomes the physical abode of a spirit or energy that is constantly working to fulfill the purpose of the talisman. The purpose or duty of a talisman depends largely on the spirit used to empower it. Each of the 5 elements and 7 planets corresponds to a specific personality type and therefore capable of certain duties. As with all magical acts, one must never assign a job to a spirit that does not correspond to its nature, similar to how we don't employ mechanics to give us a physical and doctors to fix our cars. To assign the talisman a job involving love and attraction, one should empower the talisman with the spirit of the planet Venus, or the element of water. To succeed in conflict, the energy of the planet Mars is what should be quote-unquote activated at the beginning of the ritual. To become a better author, the magician would invoke the spirits of the planet Mercury, or spirits of the element air. After the appropriate type of energy for the job is selected and invoked, the magician specifies exactly the purpose of the talisman. This act is called consecration, and usually includes a sentence specifically declaring intent. Something like, "I consecrate this talisman for the purpose of increasing my abilities as an author. May this talisman fulfill its purpose without evasion, ceasing its work only when it is deconsecrated." It happens that I am writing this book under the quote-unquote influence of just such a talisman. A talisman that uses planetary spirits should be consecrated on that planet's day and hour. A talisman may also be charged or recharged by the process of thought embedding spoken of earlier, but these talismans are considerably weaker. Sometimes, rituals that increase the flow of astral energy, such as the middle pillar ritual, are used to embed a talisman with intention. Talismans are usually inscribed with names and symbols. The names drawn on the talisman correspond to the names of the spirits who will be assigned the duty of fulfilling the talisman's purpose. In Western magic, these characters are usually in English or Hebrew. The symbols that usually adorn the talisman do not represent abstract concepts, but names. Symbols that represent names are called sigils. These sigils are formed by the use of a kamiya, or magic square, which is simply a grid of numbers. To use a kamiya to form a sigil, one would convert each letter in the name into a number, and then begin drawing lines connecting the numbers on the grid according to their sequence in the name. Each of the 7 planets corresponds to a different grid of different sizes, and the spirit's name must be drawn using the grid assigned to that spirit's planet. Aside from names and symbols associated with that talisman's purpose, you'll also discover that the talisman itself is made of the material and painted the color that corresponds to the planet or element. Instead of assigning the spirit to a one-time duty or a full-time talisman, the magician may wish to evoke the spirit into visible appearance. To evoke a spirit is to command it to be present in the room, but not within the minds of those present. Evocations are among the most dangerous magical acts and should not be taken lightly. Most commonly, the spirit is evoked into a magical triangle while the magician stands inside of a magical circle. The magical triangle is used as a spiritual container and confines the spirit during the ritual. Sometimes the triangle includes a scrying mirror. For example, the spirit can use the scrying mirror to transmit scenes of other worlds or of ancient times. The spirit may also, of course, project his own image into the mirror. The magical circle the magician stands in is usually painted on the ground and often includes other symbols like pentagrams and hexagrams. The magician calls upon higher powers to command the spirit to make himself present within the triangle or mirror. The spirit must be given some kind of substance, like steam or smoke, to take a physical appearance. Otherwise, the mirror must be used. Once present, the spirit should be commanded to reveal itself in a manner that is not hideous, and to speak in a soothing voice, using your native tongue. The spirit should also be commanded to control its odor. It is the nature of some spirits to arrive as hideous beasts, with a foul odor and an unsoothing voice. Signs of a successful evocation are a sudden wind, noises, voices, and odors in the ritual chamber. An object bearing that spirit's sigil is placed in the triangle, and this object is subjected to injury when the magician wishes to force the obedience of that spirit. Aside from thaumaturgic magic, or low magic, which uses magic to alter the outside world according to will, there is also theurgic magic, or high magic. Theurgic magic is magic used to change the self. This type of magic is by far the lesser known of the two. The most common ambition involved with theurgic magic is what is called knowledge and conversation with the holy guardian angel. This merger of the guardian angel and the lower self can take years, and this long-term ambition requires a series of rituals which slowly merge the magician and his guardian angel into one body. Merger with one's holy guardian angel is also called the Great Work, and is among the highest achievements of both white and black magicians. Although the term is used profanely to describe the chemical conversion of one element to another, alchemy is another word used to describe this kind of spiritual development. The middle pillar ritual, detailed earlier, is one example of spiritual alchemy. The individual steps of spiritual development are called initiation. Contrary to popular belief, which uses words like initiation to describe an entry into a group, in magic, initiation represents increasingly advanced states of spiritual alchemy. Self-initiation is also possible, but takes much longer. Self-initiation is a series of rituals undertaken by a solitary practitioner that are designed to slowly achieve the spiritual transformation without the help of a Freemasonic or other magical lodge. As stated earlier, a large gap called the abyss exists between the lower self and the higher self. The magician seeks to merge these two aspects of the self by crossing the abyss and bringing himself into unity with his higher self. In Freemasonry, and also lodges derived from the Order of the Golden Dawn, two pillars are used to symbolize this divide between the light and the darkness. Often, a curtain is placed between these two pillars, symbolizing the veil that exists between the selves of light and darkness. There is another kind of spiritual transformation available to those black magicians who walk the left-hand path, often called Satanism. These magicians, using the power of the fallen angels Lucifer and Lilith, are united with both the angelic and demonic counterparts. Human beings who have undergone this ritual of transformation become what are commonly known as vampires. Like all spiritual development, the vampiric rite is irreversible, but unlike the Great Work, it requires the selling of one's soul to Satan. After the vampiric rite, the individual has no chance of redemption, and no chance to enter heaven. From this fact have vampires been rightly labeled the damned. Theories and interpretations regarding the quote-unquote mark of the beast abound in religious and conspiracy circles, but in the occult, this phrase has only one meaning: permanent spiritual transformation. It is said that those endowed with the mark of the beast can easily shapeshift into hideous creatures at will and take on personalities of a more chaotic sort. The fruit of Eden has just as many interpretations and in just as many circles, but in the occult, this fruit represents magical transformation. If you recall, the serpent from the Garden of Eden tells Eve that the forbidden fruit will remake her as the gods. That's quite a claim. Christians have long interpreted the fruit of Eden as fruit of the more literal variety, which is just laughable. And, as stated in chapter 1, the pyramid is also a symbol of humanity's ascension into godhood. The powers of the vampire involve the conscious manipulation and liberty of the astral body. The astral bodies of humans is tightly bound to the material body. Only in the deepest of dreams, in astral travel, and in death itself will the human experience liberation of the two bodies. Vampires can fly the night sky, while their material bodies remain lying in the bed. Vampires may also reach out with their senses and steal life force, and even whisper into the minds of others. In popular culture, the vampire is often seen drinking blood, becoming extremely excited and perhaps animalistic during the act, killing their victim and gaining strength from the victim's blood. One of these popular conceptions is false, another is symbolic, and the rest are accurate. Vampires do become excited when they feed, and do become stronger, but they do not actually drink blood, and they do not actually kill their victim. In the movies and novels, the act of drinking physical human blood is symbolic for the taking of life force. The quote-unquote bite of the vampire is also symbolic for the rite of transformation. Vampires feed in the manner that all vampiric spirits feed, by coming into close proximity to a human, reaching out, and drawing life force out of the target's aura. The vampire extends from himself what are often described as thin, silvery threads, which act as tubes or channels in which to siphon life force from the etheric bodies of humans. So even though physical blood does indeed contain the life force, vampires usually feed on humans that have gathered in large groups. In the midst of a human crowd, the vampire can siphon life force from people as they walk by. This is a common method of feeding among vampires. The astral body of a vampire feeding from a sleeping human is another common method for feeding. Places where emotionally charged humans gather, like churches, dance clubs, and stadiums, are perfect feeding grounds for the vampire. If a single human is under continued attack, that person will begin to feel weak, drowsy, and mentally dull. The vampires call themselves the Reborn or the Many-Born. In ancient Egypt, those who desired initiation and transformation underwent a death and rebirth ritual by being blindfolded and led into the center of the Great Pyramid of Giza. It was claimed that those who died in the pyramid were resurrected as gods. They became powerful wizards called the Jedi, which is where George Lucas got his Jedi. In modern times, the rite of vampiric transformation still requires clinical death. Some vampires are born, and often discover at around puberty that they are a bit different from most people. This type usually claim to have many past lives, as opposed to the human, whose soul is fresh and will only die once. This cycle of death and rebirth is often symbolized with a serpent eating its own tail. The many names these converted ones have gone by throughout the centuries are witches, warlocks, druids, vampires, and of course, the Jedi. Although Freemasons do in fact conduct real rituals of transformation, they also reenact those rites by having initiates lowered into a pyramid while blindfolded. The good folks at Yale's Skull and Bones fraternity also reenact the ritual of death and rebirth by climbing into a coffin and being quote-unquote reborn as bonesmen, after which they are allegedly told that they are now superior to the human cattle. But considering the pedigree of its members, I'm sure they were already under that impression. These steps of initiation are symbolized by paths from one Sephirah to another. Here, the initiate makes his way from Malkuth to Kether. Lucifer's fall from the highest abode in the heavens is frequently represented by a lightning bolt, whereas the human's path upwards may include a snake. The others among us have existed since the beginning, and have constructed a culture just beneath the surface of our own. Some of these people remain as potentials their entire life and never come into awareness of their vampiric nature. These types may still have access to subtle powers and may be drawn to occupations where they are the center of attention of a large crowd. There are different types of vampires, and each type is different regarding its balance of material and spirit. Some vampires lean towards spirit, while others lean towards the flesh. The vampire is a being whose astral body is disconnected to their physical, unlike humans whose astral bodies and physical bodies are tightly bound. Because of this schism, their energy centers, or chakras, are essentially broken, and the life force produced by these centers cannot sustain the vampire's flesh, and so the vampire is forced to feed from the life force of humans to compensate. Humans, unlike vampires, often produce well above their needs of life force, and can even survive being leeched upon by vampires and other astral entities. Vampires use visualization techniques in order to feed from the life force of humans. From across the room, they can extend astral tendrils that latch on to the aura of energy surrounding their target and begin drawing that energy into their chakra points. The chakra located at the solar plexus is a favorite target. They may also absorb free-floating life force energy that humans have cast off. Places where large numbers of people gather in high emotions tend to be places where energy is produced and floats directionless. This undirected energy tends to collect on objects or people that comprise a focal point of the group. When feeding, vampires feel an increase of strength, senses, and an inner calm. The vampiric act itself does excite them, but afterwards, a balancing calm sweeps across their being. Emotions of fear and lust produce energies that most satisfy the vampire. The vampire does not, however, have to be in the target's visible proximity in order to feed from them. As stated earlier, every object or person you touch leaves behind invisible astral threads. These threads accumulate over time and are diminished a little by the passage of time. With constant and repeated contact, the threads between a human and a vampire can be such where the vampire need only envision their target and begin feeding. Remember, in the astral world, to imagine someone or something in detail is to access its location. The vampire may also use objects that have been in close and repeated contact with the victim to send thoughts and receive life force. Using close personal objects of the victim, the vampire may sense the location and emotional state of its owner, and may also send thoughts down the threads to the target. Each time a vampire feeds from someone, the astral threads that permanently bind the two accumulate. As the threads accumulate, it becomes easier for that vampire to flood the mind of his victim with thoughts and even steal life force from afar. Vampires tend to be extremely sensitive to energy and forces. Slight irregularities of energy in the living quarters of a vampire can be far more disagreeable than a human would find them. Techniques like feng shui can be used to create a more agreeable living environment for the vampire. Vampires are also sensitive to the phases of the moon. In days where the moon is large and waxing, their power is at its height. When the moon is only a sliver and wanes, their power is diminished. Nights where the moon has become a copper color are most advantageous for the vampire. The aura surrounding the vampire is different than the energy field that surrounds humans. For those sensitive enough to see the astral world, vampires tend to have auras of deep purple color, and may also have many great tendrils extending from their body in every direction. These tendrils automatically begin to feed on those who surround the vampire, even without the conscious effort of the vampire. Direct physical contact, as opposed to astral contact across a room, is the best way for a vampire to breathe in deeply the victim's life force. Humans who have been deeply fed from may experience coldness, numbness, extreme weakness, and lowered heart rate and blood pressure. Those being fed from, especially those psychically sensitive, may have abrupt thoughts or catch a glimpse of the feeding vampire, or may see them in a dream. Vampires, like many spirits, can enter the dreams of humans and feed from the energy that is created by inducing fear or lust. After being fed from, Humans may exhibit tiny red dots at the point of astral contact. Vampires tend to be more pale than humans, and also tend to be thinner. Despite the unusual pallor of their skin, they can mostly pass for human with maybe the exception of their eyes, which tend to be very intense indeed. Humans tend to find the presence of the vampire intimidating, as if surrounded by a shroud of mystery and danger. Their body temperature, hands and feet in particular, tends to be on the cold side, like those humans with poor peripheral circulation. Their senses are acute, and they are often more capable of seeing and hearing longer distances than most people, and are far more sensitive to tastes and odors. Their fine-boned physique tends to conceal a physical strength that lies within. As suggested in popular culture, the vampire tends to be extremely sensitive to intense light and heat, like that provided by the sun. They must take great care in preventing sunstroke and other sicknesses caused by the sun. An extremely hot day can be overwhelming for most people, but the vampire can find himself in danger, as opposed to the human who would simply be made uncomfortable by the sweltering heat. Headaches, nausea, dizziness, sunburns, and marked weakness can be experienced by even moderate exposure to sunlight. The psychological characteristics of the vampire are generally the same as humans, with perhaps the possible exception of an increase of pragmatism and detachment. We humans rarely know them as the warmest individuals among us. Coldness and disloyalty come easier for this flock. They are also extremely predatory. Whether this characteristic is on account of their lifestyle or whether it is truly inherent to their kind, I do not know, although I've come to suspect the latter. A male vampire is called an incubus, while a female vampire is called a succubus. Some vampires are closer to spirit, while others lean towards the flesh. Priests, as they are called, lean towards the spirit. As a result, they have increased vampiric senses and capabilities, but also suffer more of the weaknesses of vampires. Their ability to reach out at long distances and feed is unmatched. They are even more sensitive to sunlight and heat than the rest of their kind, and their touch is even colder. Unlike most vampires, who can use their own fleshly bodies to supply a great deal of the required life force, the priest must feed from others to sustain life. The priest class tend to be even more pale than the average vampire, and are more easily recognized for what they are. The priests are the most subject to the energies of the moon, and can even access an object's past by touching it. A vampire that becomes dangerously low on life force can be reduced to an invalid, and eventually die a fleshly death, although their spirit may persist. Vampires, like humans, can and do eat food in order to replenish themselves. Many vampires can survive taking only trace amounts of life force from those around them. But to all vampires, the act of feeding is too pleasurable, regardless of its lack of need. Some vampires are made sick by food, especially when they are low on life force. Vampires can live relatively normal day lives. It is their night life that's different. When sleeping, the astral bodies of the vampire detaches from their physical completely, which allows them to soar into the sky and travel the dreaming world. Vampires often use this time to feed life force from sleeping humans, and to come into astral congregation with each other. I'm sure that Vampire Nation doesn't like me calling them out like this, and I have received many veiled death threats in the past. So if something happens to me, you know why. Too many secrets. In ancient times, the gods of men, those undead vampires, ruled mankind in the light. It is also said that these very same gods created man genetically. Ancient people served the undead, not only out of fear, but out of loyalty, because it was common knowledge among ancient man that they too had the option of rising out of the human condition and becoming vampires themselves. Daily contact between the two races was common in those times. This ruling class of vampires has long guided humanity, politically, culturally, and even genetically. This hierarchy, also known as the Hidden Masters, has repeatedly broken the human spirit in order to maintain control of the masses. Much of what we call history is nothing more than the deliberate manipulation of global politics by this hierarchy. Make no mistake, their kind is extremely hierarchical. This elite has long sought to increase our numbers as a rancher oversees cattle to ensure themselves a food source. This overpopulation is soon to be checked by a massive harvest where billions will die and release such life force as to quote-unquote open gates to other worlds. The details of this I do not know. It is also said that the vampire's golden age of ruling man in the open came to an end with the coming of the quote-unquote renegades. The renegades, some of which apparently remain to this day, are an organized group of vampires who still have a soft spot for humans. This group apparently led armies of humans into the temples of the gods and destroyed them, forcing the hierarchy underground. The members of the renegades are generally younger vampires who had only recently undergone the ritual of death and rebirth. My guess is, when the time of the renegades comes to an end, the hierarchy will once more rule in the light. This hierarchy has gone by many names throughout the ages, but today they are known as the Illuminati. The Illuminati is an organized collection of satanic secret societies and other secret societies that are not openly satanic, such as the Freemasons and the Vatican. These groups work cooperatively, seeking to fulfill an ancient prophecy, the return of the Golden Age of worldwide and open rule. The Illuminati, using the powers of the Catholic Church and the European empires, have long sought to crush all records of man's true history, ensuring themselves a monopoly on historic truth. From Russia to Peru, they systematically destroyed the traces of truth they found. The symbolic stories that have slipped through the cracks of this hoarding of historical knowledge have been unfortunately titled and relegated to mythology. For it is truly their burden to destroy and rewrite the past, because without humanity's collective amnesia, we would remember who they are, and, just as important, we would remember how powerful and balanced the human could be. As stated earlier, even good magicians believe that the commoner is unworthy of these quote-unquote secrets. And that is a bunch of bullshit. First, it was members of the occult who made these once common truths into secrets. Secondly, they only did so to continue maintaining a power structure using sorcery. And thirdly, just because I didn't hear it from the Dark Brotherhood or see it in a scrying mirror does not mean I should be left with lies regarding things like Atlantis. There is a day coming when the vampires will unveil themselves and walk in the open, but the veil of lies surrounding humanity's past will remain. Unbeknownst to most, the highest achievement for the Satanist is self-deification through magic. In this, the dark powers of magic, namely Lucifer and Lilith, are called upon to perform a quote-unquote surgical operation on the spirit of the Satanist. After being summoned in ritual, these beings bring the participant from the human to the vampiric condition. Vampires favor their own, and often make stars and power magnates out of each other. My guess is that it is hard, if not impossible, to rise through the ranks of the Illuminati while remaining in the human condition. In ritual, the Satanist often evokes these beings and feeds them the life force he has collected from humans. This offering of life force appeases the gods and makes them more willing to perform the transformation or any other duty the Satanist chooses. These beings are said to loosen the astral ties, making the worshipper more vampire with each communion. The Satanist will often speak to infernal ones with the highest of reverence, as opposed to the white magician, who is inclined to speak to the demons as servants. The Satanist conducts rituals wearing red or black. In fact, the entirety of a satanic ritual will be strongly oriented to the colors red and black, whereas a white magician may choose white. In magic, the color white is associated with purity, God, spirit, the guardian angel, and goodness. The color red is associated with life force, blood, and violence, and the color black is related to evil, chaos, the guardian demon, and the unknown. Satanists follow what is called the left-hand path, whereas white magicians, Christians, Muslims, Jews, Hindus, and Buddhists follow the right-hand path. The left-hand path is a belief structure that does not regard any moral issues. It is the negation of morality. In the eyes of a left-hand pather, what they do is not evil, because there is no evil. This does not mean, however, that those of the left-hand path do not believe in the existence of God. By percentage, you will find more believers of God among Satanists than you will find in the general public. Remember, they are worshippers of the fallen angels, and their gods were expelled from heaven into the abyss or chaos by a higher god, so naturally they must believe in a higher god. Satanism itself is the predatory and pragmatic nature of the vampire turned into a religion whose highest achievement is self-deification. The left hand, or the left side of the body, has always been associated with darkness. In fact, the word sinister comes from Latin, where the word meant left-handed or unlucky. In the Middle Ages, people who wrote with their left hand were thought to be evil and possessed by the devil. In Islam, the tutelary demon assigned at birth always resides invisibly on the individual's left side. What's more, Muslims prefer to do clean jobs such as eating and greeting others with the right hand, while relegating the left hand to dirty jobs like cleaning one's house and body. Teachings of the right-hand path always include a firm belief in right and wrong and the existence thereof. As stated before, the mark of the beast are those who have sold their soul to Satan in exchange for vampiric transformation. This is also called making the black pact or oath. Those endowed with the mark of the beast can easily change into the shapes of animals. There is also much speculation about the number 666 and its true meaning, but among Satanists it has but one meaning: achieving a sort of godhood. The phoenix bird, or the dung beetle, is often used symbolically to refer to death and rebirth and its ritual. It is also worth noting that people who have undergone the ritual of death and rebirth refer to themselves as an antichrist. The term antichrist could be used both as a reference to Satan in the flesh, or a reference to a person who has had imparted to him a bit of Satan himself. Those who have become antichrists have a conscious connection to both their guardian angel and their guardian demon. This ritual can test the limits of one's sanity and can even induce insanity. Being joined with and having conscious control of both of your guardian spirits is often symbolized by the colors white and black in close proximity. The two pillars, the checkerboard patterns, and similar arrangements represent the perfect spiritual being, humanity deified. The two trees from the Garden of Eden represent the celestial Sephiroth and the infernal Sephiroth. In the east lies the tree of life, and in the west lies the tree of knowledge. In replacement of white and black, union of the angelic and the infernal may also be symbolized by the concepts of east and west, east being the divine direction, while west is the infernal direction. A double-headed eagle, looking left and right, is an example of this. It also happens that satanic rituals are often oriented towards the west. The angelic counterpart, and the angelic race in general, is often symbolized by the sun, which represents the masculine principle of life. The demonic counterpart, and the demon race in general, is associated with the moon and the feminine principle of life. So naturally, an androgynous or hermaphroditic figure, like that of Baphomet, is used to symbolize a perfected human. The Sabbat is a gathering of witches, warlocks, demons, and in the earthly Sabbat, even humans. There are generally two types of gatherings that are called Sabbats, the celestial Sabbat and the infernal Sabbat. Even though sorcerers are always congregating in their astral bodies, there are 4 major meetings a year, and these meetings are called Sabbats. The celestial Sabbat is a gathering of astral beings in a place called and associated with the sphere of Saturn. It is also worth noting that Shabbatai is Saturn in Hebrew. It is likely that the words Sabbat and Sabbath derive from the Hebrew word Shabbatai. Further, Jews and Seventh-day Adventists consider Saturday, the day associated with Saturn, to be the true day of Sabbath, as opposed to most Christians who worship on Sunday. In truth, it is Sunday, and the sun in general, which is more closely associated with Jesus and goodness, whereas Saturn is more associated with Satan, death, and evil. The infernal Sabbat is a gathering that happens here on earth, but most who attend arrive in an astral body. This earthly Sabbat, sometimes called the Black Sabbath, usually occurs in remote and secluded places. It is sometimes the case with the earthly Sabbat that those who attend arrive in their fleshly bodies. Most vampires who arrive to the Sabbat do not arrive in the flesh, but instead in an astral, quote-unquote, God form. A God form is an astral body that has been temporarily converted into that of an ancient god or animal. God forms are archetypal forms whose image is predetermined. God forms must be used with caution, however, as the nature of the magician will slowly be consumed by the nature of the ancient god or animal frequently invoked. The field of astral energy that changes one's appearance is called glamour. The Sabbats are a celebration of all that is wicked and unholy, allowing these sorcerers to indulge in things they cannot in their day lives. Their day life being a suit and tie government job, for instance. It is a massive gathering of demons and humans who have come to fornicate and make merry with each other. Many of the stories and accounts of what occurs at the Sabbat comes from modern-day satanic texts, and from the records of the witch trials and inquisitions of the Middle Ages. Despite the fact that there were many forced confessions, the attending witches told an extremely consistent story regarding the details of the Sabbat. The earthly Sabbat tends to be held in secluded places, such as fields, abandoned buildings, atop mountains, and mostly at midnight. The area is littered with demons and humans having sex in the most lascivious ways. In the center of the festivities, a large fire and a presiding devil. This devil, called the Black Man of the Sabbat, is usually described as looking like the pagan god Baphomet. Modern-day Satanists have further solidified this connection to such the extent that I've become certain that they are in fact one and the same. Their description was that of a large, stinking goat figure with 3 horns, where the center horn was lit with a flame like a torch. This flaming center horn was often used to ignite other things at the festivities, such as candles and torches. Also, the being's quote-unquote male member was exposed and was reported to be nearly 3 feet long, with the thickness of a child's arm. Baphomet often takes the most beautiful girl for himself, and for this unlucky woman, the intercourse is most painful and never produced pregnancy. His semen, which is ice cold and spoiled, is allegedly not his own, but was taken from elsewhere. This character often engaged the women in anal sex afterwards. Women in general play a more active role at the Sabbat. Sitting beside the presiding demon is often a choice, high-ranking witch. Baphomet is said to have 2 faces, one on his head and the other on his posterior. This being had the tail of a goat, and the face on his rear was also said to be that of a goat. The attendees of the Sabbat bring new meaning to the term ass kisser, as they are largely forced to kiss the stinking, demonic face on Baphomet's rear end. Only the high-ranking witches and warlocks may kiss the goat head itself. The act of kissing the anus of Baphomet is symbolic of corruption. Because of his 2 faces, this Baphomet character is often equated with Janus, the Roman god of gates and time. The face on the devil's posterior is said to be without the power of speech, and maintains a demonic expression. Sometimes, Baphomet will arrive as an extremely pale man whose flesh is ice cold and wasted, hanging off of its bones. This personage's eyes were large and jet black. Another god form Baphomet may arrive as was that of the size and shape of a tree trunk with a human face. This being has no arms or legs, was jet black, and upon this face was the expression of a frightful man. Still others described him as a black man with Caucasian features, whose eyes burned like hot coals and was enveloped in a misty cloud. Coinciding with Baphomet's hermaphroditic and androgynous nature, this being is said to act quite flamboyantly. Baphomet is sometimes directly responsible for transporting some of the favored attendees to the Sabbat. He arrives at their homes and instantly transports them through the air to the location at the Sabbat. Sometimes this devil would give witches ointments to smear on their body, and this they used to transport themselves to the Sabbat. Like the popular conception of the witch riding a broomstick, some witches do attend the Sabbat riding a magical stick placed between their legs, but this was rare. Sometimes parents would bring their children, only to fornicate with them at the festival. Sometimes dreaming humans, uninitiated and unaware of the truth, will accidentally stumble upon the Sabbat festivities and perhaps find themselves in danger. Baphomet truly enjoys hearing tales from the attendees regarding the wickedness they've committed in his name. He delights in hearing stories of mischief and hardship being caused among mankind. But in truth, they report to him all things that are relevant to Baphomet. He will often place a mark on a concealed part of the attendee's flesh after they have verbally committed to giving him their soul. The attendees of the Sabbat are often made to renounce Jesus, God, and accept Baphomet and Lilith as their new father and mother. Magical powders and poisons are commonly distributed to those present so that they can continue causing mischief among mankind. Sometimes Baphomet would assign those who attend spirits called familiars. A familiar is a spirit who has been consigned to serve an individual. The devil insisted that all the food served at the festival be insipid and disgusting in taste. The dancing done at the Sabbat, especially by the women, is reminiscent of the sexually suggestive dancing done at most clubs these days. The music at the Sabbat sounds a bit chaotic and without melody. It is frequently described as random tones and bells. Satanists often compare and equate Baphomet with the biblical Cain, who slew his brother Abel. They claim that Cain was not the child of Adam and Eve, but of Satan and a demon named Lilith. In the Lovecraftian mythos, the black man of the Sabbat is known as Nyarlathotep, the highly intelligent trickster god who teaches mysteries that lead to evil. He is also the consumer of souls and has 1,000 faces and forms. Nyarlathotep, called the Chaos That Creeps, is a messenger god who acts as an intermediary between the dark gods and their worshippers here on earth. The mission of the Illuminati is the construction of a global government whose power can never be challenged, and this ambition is called the New World Order. The means to achieve this dream lies in the use of a series of artificially created conflicts, ever increasing in scope, that is designed to guide humanity along a predetermined path. Humans are creatures bound by conflict. In our everyday lives, the names of neighbors and acquaintances populate our list of enemies. In times of war, individuals in the enemy nation comprise our enemies, while those very same neighbors and acquaintances are now our friends. And if aliens landed and threatened the very existence of the human race, any human from any nation are now your friends, with the extraterrestrials playing the role of the enemy. The human race needs conflict, not love, as a binding agent. Such is the hole in man's heart. The Illuminati has long used the hole in man's heart to guide and manipulate it. A series of self-induced and well-planned conflicts will bind just the right people at just the right time as to justify a global police state in the minds of the masses. The beginning of these conflicts involves the collapse of the Western economies, with America's economic plight as perhaps a trigger to global economic depression. The US dollar is overproduced and destroyed by devaluation. Many other currencies will follow suit. It has been arranged so that no nation is self-reliant regarding all of its needs, and the necessary trade this creates helps to make the need for a global arbitrator even more concrete. America and the West will continue the trend towards socialism, as money from the government will become increasingly necessary for its citizens and businesses. The US stock market will plummet, and this event, coupled with a terrorist attack, will bring America into a state of emergency. This coming terrorist attack will be actualized by elements within the US government, and will most likely be nuclear or radiological in nature. Cities like New York, Chicago, and Washington, D.C. being in the most danger. Similar events may occur in other Western nations, leading to the implementation of martial law in those countries as well. The United States will be forced to abandon its dollar and use the economies of Canada and Mexico as a crutch, giving rise to the North American currency, the Amero, and giving rise to the North American Union itself. These three nations will be seen to merge in ways other than economically. Their political, the infrastructure, and even the militaries of the United States, Canada, and Mexico will come under a single governing body. This will, of course, render the American Bill of Rights null and void. By this point, America's middle class will be nearing extinction. Keeping the peace will require the U.S. military to intensify its role as a police force. The Western governments will criminalize dissent, perhaps claiming the move to martial law is temporary. Dissenters will even be branded psychotic. The media will be under strict control, not the indirect manipulation we find today, but control through government decree. Large numbers of innocent people will be labeled terrorists and rounded up in mass arrests. These people are unlikely to be heard from again. These already existent camps, often called FEMA camps, will abruptly spring to life with dissidents, victims of natural disaster, and those who are useless to the economy. There may also be many kidnappings during this time. People will be frightened to utter a word of discontent, as informants and wiretapping will create an atmosphere of fear. You will witness crowd control and riot control work itself into an art form. Microwave and sound weapons will disperse the discontented crowds. The American people must be relieved of their firearms before the New World Order can ultimately succeed here, and a great push to severely limit firearms and ammunition will help to choke the supply until they are finally in a position, or have an excuse, to make possession of firearms illegal outright. Internet 2, the new internet which is on the verge of worldwide implementation, will allow the ruling class to completely seal the common man from the truth by limiting him to only the controlled press. There will be no pretense or expectation of freedom and privacy on this new internet, because it will be known that this internet is tightly regulated. This will allow the governments of the West to shed their final threads of transparency. This new internet will also serve as the backbone for a global economic structure. New forms of identifications, such as retina scans and microchips, are soon to be required for travel and to enter corporate and government buildings. Purchases will also come to rely on such forms of identification as the move for totally electronic currency begins. Atheism and other beliefs lacking spirituality will continue to rise. The people of the future only concern themselves with the material. You will witness strange new practices in the Christian, Catholic, and Islamic churches. They will begin to resemble festivals and marketplaces more than places of worship. Those religious people who are unwilling to liberalize their principles will be pegged as dangerous fanatics and fundamentalists. As life for the commoner becomes increasingly unbearable, he seeks to use drugs to escape from it. The depression he attempts to banish is the result of a healthy person living in an unhealthy environment, not the reverse. And since taking a pill, smoking dope, or drinking alcohol is easier than changing the world, this is exactly what he does. The way of life lived by those in the future is completely foreign to the human spirit, and entertainment and drugs will maintain control over the frustrations that build in the human heart. The blood games, like those seen in Rome, will return and be used to channel the frustrations of the people who live under ever-escalating tyranny. My guess is that the reality shows of today are merely serving to bridge the gap between those who are watched and those who are hunted. Mass media, especially TV and the movies, will be used to spread propaganda and desensitization. Using subliminals, magic, fear, and chemicals, the Illuminati will continue to interfere with free moral agency. Chemicals causing sickness, submissiveness, and infertility will be found in the food and water. Medications resulting in pliability will be forced on children. Cancer will be the new way to die. TV, clergy, movies, and schools will be the vectors by which highly advanced mind control techniques will be delivered. Vanity and fear will be subtly doled out on every show. You will see the global arbitrator or global government depicted as the solution. Evil men will be praised and placed into positions of power. The good will be silenced, murdered, and consistently demoted. The individual will grow estranged from their family and friends. The children will be distant from their parents, and families will splinter. The distinction between the genders will fade as homosexuality becomes ordained and androgyny becomes fashionable. The Illuminati will continue to promote a gender war, constantly increasing the gap between the genders to the point where no marriage is safe and no relationship is sacred. Both genders will find themselves surrounded by images of beauty whose requirements few could fulfill, and this will further instill frustration. Loyalty will become pragmatism, faith will become practicality, and affection will be relegated to the symbiotic. In this future, the adults will act like children, while the children act like adults. Not even genetics is left a quiet front in this war, because whole generations of crop plants will be ruined by genetic manipulation. There shall be a day when the trees bear no fruit, and the skies bear no rain. Even people who were born with certain traits will be euthanized like weeds. The masses, growing ever more materialistic, will begin making superficial choices regarding their mating partners, which results in the altering of the very gene pool of the human race. Eventually will come war in the Middle East and East Asia. The Middle East and the Far East will serve as the major theaters in the coming World War. This global conflict will likely be initiated as a smaller war between America and her allies and rogue states like North Korea and Iran. Israel herself may engage Iran, while the South and North Koreas finally take to war. These smaller conflicts will soon draw in all the other world powers, namely China and Russia. Proposals involving the weaponization of space will be expensive, wasteful, and may further incite tensions between the superpowers. The Western nations will naturally side with America, and, although I'm not sure of Russia's role, China's role will surely be adversarial to America in the coming World War. This World War will crush the human spirit and will play a major role in the masses' acceptance of global government. Even though the deliberately spoiled environment and the phony global warming crisis will continue to empower global government, in truth, only a devastating war could justify the dissolving of nations. This war is not likely to have a clear winner, but instead will exhaust all the parties involved, the superpowers in particular.
Such is its purpose. In the midst of devastation and at the height of despair, the human race will finally submit to a single authority. Most things related in this chapter are compiled from numerous satanic and occultic sources, both obscure and well-known. You don't have to believe the things written here, simply believe that many in the occult believe them. A reoccurring theme in mythology and the occult is the concept of a god or goddess having multiple aspects, similar to how your guardian angel, guardian demon, and spirit are three aspects of you. One of those aspects is good and pure, another is dark and selfish, and your fleshly manifestation is another aspect of you that stands between the two. Yahweh. This is the Most High God, Jehovah, the God of Israel. He is also Zeus, Jupiter, Osiris, Jove, and Ahura Mazda. He is the Archon Emperor, the King of Heaven, and the Father of the Elohim. He is said to be the true father of the archangels Michael, Gabriel, Uriel, Raphael, and, before his fall, Sataniel. Satan, although in some accounts, is in fact Yahweh's brother. These sons of God were commonly equated with the children of Jehovah. Zeus is also said to have plenty of offspring. Modern-day Satanists often remark that Satan successfully stole Yahweh's quote-unquote creative power, and this belief has fueled much use of phallic symbolism. The planet is dotted with obelisks, like the Washington Monument, which are merely phallic symbols which represent the creative principle that Satan now possesses. It is the fire Prometheus stole from the gods. The act of stealing Jehovah's creative principle, however, also resulted in the discontinuance of the birth of new angels, now a race whose numbers are forever in decline. It is also remarked that Jehovah transformed his children, the archangels, into new kinds of beings when they were young. God exists outside of creation, and when God desires to drop down into the lower realms, such as heavens or earth, he is often described as no longer all-knowing, but instead capable of being deceived. Jehovah is frequently depicted as an aging old man whose love for humans exceeds his love for the race he spawned, the angels. Osiris, too, is said to have reclaimed all his parts except his phallus. It was the Archangel Michael and his army who expelled Satan, his uncle or brother, from heaven. Satan and the other expelled angels were cast into the black void in the universe, now called Hell. Before Satan's banishment, Jehovah allegedly assigned Satan as his favored son and second in command, with Archangel Michael as third in command. Michael is said to have gray-colored hair, beard, and eyes. It is also alleged that Archangel Michael spoke to Satan before his fall, attempting to dissuade him from his ambition, which was to seize the throne of God himself. Archangel Gabriel is said to be the angel responsible for destroying the Nephilim race with a flood. Gabriel is thought to be the swiftest of the angels and used as a messenger, who sits on the left side of God's throne. He is often associated with a metal cutting instrument which he uses as a weapon to strike down the enemies of God. Some have suggested that Gabriel at some point lost the favor of God, but was redeemed. It has also been remarked about Gabriel that it was he, at the behest of God, that confused the languages and divided man into his many current sub-races. Islam and the Prophet Muhammad are said to have been guided by the teachings of Archangel Gabriel. It was the duty of Archangel Raphael to bind Azazel, or Lucifer, and cast him from the Garden of Eden and quote-unquote into darkness. Raphael's physical description is one of a handsome youth, arrayed in purple robes. It is said that Raphael is among the gentlest of the spirits, especially compared to the other archangels. Frequently equated with Osiris, Jesus Christ is often spoke of as a demon hunter and civilizer. With the story of Osiris predating the story of Jesus Christ by more than 1,000 years, how does one reconcile the timelines? It is, for me, easy. I suspect that most of the events described in the Bible refer to a far earlier date than commonly thought. I am absolutely certain that this is the case in regards to the Bible's Old Testament, whose pre-Diluvian accounts are probably that of Atlantis. Proof of this fact lies in the many unoriginal stories contained in the Bible, stories which appear to be nothing more than retellings of earlier mythological accounts. Although Christians claim that Jesus is the Son of God and made a noble sacrifice for mankind, they often have trouble describing the nature of the sacrifice. Members of the occult, however, have convinced me that this sacrifice was quite real, and Jesus did indeed take an incredible risk for us, and that his fate was not certain, and his soul was up for grabs. So noble was this act, whatever it was, that he was found quote-unquote perfect before the gods. Since the true nature of this sacrifice has been removed from the Bible, and since members of the occult only spoke on the matter with guarded tongues, all I can truly tell you is that it was quite selfless and has nothing to do with dying on a cross. Satan promised those in hell much spoils after Jesus' death, but instead, Jesus released many spirits who were bound in prison. These spirits rejoiced and turned against those who had tormented them in hell. Satan apparently lost control of entire realms because of this. If you recall, Jesus rose from the dead and into heaven 3 days after he was killed. But during those 3 days he was dead, he apparently fell into the underworld and started trouble for Satan there too. A vague mention of this event occurs in the Bible. In 1 Peter chapter 3, verse 18, we read, "For Christ also hath once suffered for sins, the just for the unjust, that he might bring us to God, being put into death in the flesh, but quickened by the Spirit, by which also he went and preached unto the spirits in prison, which sometime were disobedient, when once the long suffering of God waited in the days of Noah, while the ark was a preparing, wherein few, that is, 8 souls were saved by water." I have long heard Satanists make reference to the time when Jesus descended into the prison of spirits after his death, but I thought it was just more of their hero and villain swapping that they're so good at. Everyone knows Jesus went up, not down. But then I was directed to this Bible verse, which shook my view regarding the nature of his sacrifice. The goddess Lilith is associated with a host of other goddesses, including Hecate, Astarte, Isis, Sekhmet, Virgo, Venus, Ishtar, Inanna, Aradia, Davsina, Selene, Diana, Az, Babylon, Kali, Tiamat, Al-Uzza, and Gaia. Although this goddess is mostly associated with the moon, she is said to both have good and bad aspects, And true to that logic, she is often spoke of as Lilith, who was consumed or possessed by a much more ancient goddess named Tiamat, as if Lilith is now the body that Tiamat walks in. Lilith is the feminine principle personified. Tiamat is said to be the most ancient of God's enemies, long before the fall of Lucifer, and she spawned a race of wicked giants and demons. In Babylonian legend, Tiamat was called the Monster of Chaos and waged war against the gods. Finally, Marduk defeated Tiamat, split her in two, and used her flesh to create the universe. This battle between the angels and the older gods goes unmentioned in the biblical Genesis account, but remains in the Greek tradition. According to Greek mythology, Zeus, along with his brothers Poseidon and Hades, defeated the older gods, called the Titans, and banished them to Tartarus, the Greek underworld. These Titans, who were the offspring of Gaia, once ruled the earth, their brutish nature corrupting and spoiling the planet. This race of Titans even attempted to make slaves and sport out of the angelic race, but Jehovah and Satan cast down the Titans. It is also worth mentioning that Prometheus sided with Zeus and the other Olympians in the War of the Titans. Although the Greek mythology does not mention it, eventually a flaming rock was hurled to the earth from space, killing this race of terrible beasts and casting their souls into Tartarus. It is important to bear in mind that there were two wars or desertions in heaven. The first was between the angels and the spawn of Tiamat, and the second heavenly conflict was between Satan's angels and Jehovah's angels. The only trace of this event in the Genesis account is subtle and easily overlooked. In Genesis chapter 1, verse 28, we read, "And God blessed them, and God said unto them, Be fruitful, and multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moveth upon the earth." Replenish the earth is certainly interesting wording for a universe that was supposedly only a week old. I'm inclined to believe that these 7 quote-unquote days of creation were instead phases as opposed to literal 24-hour periods. There are more scientific traces of a beastly race who were destroyed by a large falling rock, and this race we call the dinosaurs. Perhaps these monsters of the past aren't the bumbling creatures we take them for, but an intelligent and powerful race that once ruled and desecrated the earth. One of the best retellings of this story can be found in the literary works of H.P. Lovecraft, who used the terms Ancient Ones and Elder Gods to refer to the Titans and the angels, respectively. A fact related in his novels, and echoed by a few in the occult, is that the Ancient Ones are chained in darkness, and that there is a certain celestial radiation arriving from space that is utterly toxic to these Titans. There is a day coming, however, when the rays of the stars will no longer be toxic to the old ones, and this day will be marked by some kind of rare astronomical event. After this event in the sky, the wicked god Azagthoth, also called Hades and Pluto, will free and lead the Titans out of their prison. Black magicians also have a long list of titles for Lilith, and have much reverence for her because she is among those who give them the dark gift of transformation. Among these titles are Queen of the Qliphoth, Queen of the Underworld, Queen of the Dead, Queen of the Vampires, Queen of the Sabbat, Queen of Hell, Queen of the Witches, Queen of the Shells and Shades, Mother Earth, and the Mother Goddess. She is the bride of Satan and the mother of all demons, also called Lilitu. Lilith is often associated with the Red Sea, which is said to be a place where she spawned and instructed demons. The screech owl and dove are Lilith's sacred animals. The US dollar bill contains a small tiny image of what is commonly thought to be a spider, but is in fact an owl. At Bohemian Grove, members of the elite perform rituals and mock sacrifices before a 35-foot stone owl. This owl, which was long suspected to be symbolic of the Canaanite god Moloch, is in fact symbolic of Lilith, who is Babylon the Great and the bride of Lucifer. Tiamat may also be symbolized by a red dragon and is known as a devouring goddess. In the Bible, Lilith goes by the titles Whore of Babylon, Mother of Harlots, and Babylon the Great. This woman is depicted holding a golden cup and wearing many precious stones while robed in the colors purple and scarlet. Scarlet is just plain red with a slight hint of orange. The imagery commonly relates her as riding a scarlet beast. This woman is described as drunk from the blood of the saints. Lilith, being the mother of vampires, this is fitting. The Whore of Babylon is also related to a city or location. This city has had relations with all the rich men of the earth and is a haven for demons. It is understood that this character or city currently rules the world and uses sorcery to do so. Hecate, also equated with Lilith, is the Greek triple goddess. She is the goddess of the crossroads, who is frequently depicted with 3 heads, one of a dog, one of a snake, and one of a horse. This goddess is often associated with witchcraft and childbirth, and was accompanied by an owl during her travels. She is known as the Virgin Goddess, and is also reported to have a quote-unquote following of ghosts, and lives in the underworld with Hades, lord of the underworld. Another goddess related to Lilith is the Egyptian goddess Isis. Isis was the wife of Osiris and was responsible for Osiris's first resurrection. Isis is skilled at magic and especially intelligent. Isis, like Hecate, is a goddess of childbirth. It appears Isis, the widow of noble Osiris, is now the harlot, bride of Satan. Sekhmet, an Egyptian goddess who was among the most ancient of the gods, is also associated with both Lilith and Isis. Sekhmet is spoke of as being just as much a weapon as a goddess. At the behest of the god Ra, Sekhmet almost destroyed all of humanity. She was unable to halt her bloodlust and had to be tricked into desisting. She is symbolized by a lion-headed woman wearing red. She even has titles like the Scarlet Lady. In Rome, Lilith was known as Diana. Diana is a goddess of the hunt, the moon, and childbirth. She was also known as the Virgin Goddess. Artemis, the Greek equivalent of Diana, is also a goddess of the hunt, childbirth, the moon, and is also a virgin goddess. Artemis is also closely related to Selene, yet another moon goddess. In Hinduism, Lilith goes by the name Kali. Kali is a goddess identified with death, carnage, and the feminine principle. She is often called Mother Kali and the Mother Goddess, who is the consort of the god Shiva, the Destroyer. Kali is depicted as a naked woman with black skin, who wears a necklace of skulls and holds a bloody sword. Similar to the Babylonian account of Tiamat, Kali's body parts constitute the universe of space and time. The goddess Kali, along with her husband Shiva, roam the quote-unquote cremation grounds. This is a likely reference to the Qliphoth, or underworld. In the Persian narration, Az is the mother of demons and the consort of Ahriman, who is Satan. Semiramis, yet another name for this goddess, an Assyrian queen of legend, was reportedly the inspiration behind the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. The Hanging Gardens of Babylon, also called the Hanging Gardens of Semiramis, are considered to be one of the 7 great wonders of the ancient world. The Hanging Gardens, which some speculate to date back to 600 BC, much more likely to be earlier, was a spectacular series of man-made terraces with flowing waters and lush growth on every platform. Queen Semiramis is said to be a harlot, a homewrecker, and a powerful sorceress. This personage is associated with the dove and, proper to the Virgin, was credited with the invention of the chastity belt. Semiramis became the patroness of Babylon when she restored the city to its ancient glory. Hades is the lord of the underworld. Although Greek mythology does not depict Hades as a villain, modern Satanists and a little common sense have confirmed to me that he is God's greatest enemy today. In Rome, he was known as Pluto, and the Hebrews knew him as Mot. In the Lovecraft mythos, he is Azagthoth, and to many occultists, he is called Corazon. Just like Hades, who is considered both a character and a location, Corazon is also considered a character and location. The Egyptians call this demon Apep. The Greeks and Christians know the location of Hades as Sheol, or the land of the dead, but the Hebrews knew it as Da'ath, and the author H.P. Lovecraft called it Yog-Sothoth. Hades is an incredibly powerful being, and is always described as formless. He is known as the guardian of the underworld, and is said to hold the key to the Qliphoth. This guardian of the abyss is considered mentally unstable and evil even by the worst magicians. This spirit is regarded as a devouring demon who seeks to steal the life force and sanity from all who cross his path. This entity's reputation for inducing insanity is legendary, for he is truly the embodiment of dispersion and chaos. His greed for collecting and retaining souls is insatiable. Hades is often depicted as more intelligent than his brother Zeus. This god waits in the abyss for the magician who seeks union with his guardian angel, so that in order to be transformed, the magician must master Corazon. The abode of Corazon is a dark place where those long dead gesture and stumble aimlessly, a place where hope is not to be found. Hades sided with Zeus and the other Olympians in the war against the Titans. In the night before a major battle between the Olympians and the Titans, Hades put on his quote-unquote helmet of darkness, which made him invisible, after which he crept into the enemy camp and destroyed the Titans' weapons. Hades has a wife named Persephone, who dwells with him in the underworld. With the Titans defeated, the three brothers, Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, divided creation between each other. Zeus ruled the heavens, Poseidon ruled the seas, and Hades would rule the underworld. And there, Hades rules today, upon a black throne. Even the worst magicians will recommend against invoking or evoking Hades, and even the skillful emphasize extreme caution. Hades is simply too chaotic and too powerful. His words are deceitful and full of evasion and misdirection. While evoked in ritual, he will seize upon the weaknesses of the sorcerer and instill madness in those who summoned him. He is sometimes titled the blind, idiot, or mad god, but this is not wholly accurate, because this being is no fool. After being condemned by God to rule the underworld, his growing madness has brought him from bad to worse. Hades, whose number is 333, is considered to be the biggest obstacle for the sorcerer who wishes to cross the abyss, because he guards the point between the two universes. This spirit is hot-tempered. He reacts hastily and violently to the slightest provocation. John Dee, the noted 16th century magician who was a spy for Queen Elizabeth I and the original 007, along with his partner, Sir Edward Kelly, referred to this being as Corazon. They claimed that out of the 30 ethers, or 30 dimensions, the domain of Corazon was to be found in the 10th ether, the dimension dubbed Zax. They also titled him He That Is Fallen, and even associated him with the leader of the Serpent from the Garden of Eden, who equated to the fallen angel Azazel Semyaza from the apocryphal book of Enoch. Aleister Crowley who thought of himself as a reincarnation of Sir Edward Kelly, once attended an invocation of Corazon. Crowley described this being as extremely deceitful and manipulative. He found Corazon to be extremely unstable and incapable of concentrating his thoughts. Corazon, who was said to be tortured by silence, would sometimes begin to argue and test the will of Crowley's partner. Corazon claimed to have 1,000,000 voices in his head, which is why the demon is reported to be extremely talkative and moves from thought to thought quickly. Crowley was told by Corazon that if the names of God had not bound him, he would leap out of the evocation triangle and slay all of those present. This mad god is said to laugh loudly and often, like a madman. In his Equinox Volume 1, Part 5, Crowley recounts a first-person narrative of Corazon, where the demon states, "Ah, I will reach up to the knees of the Most High and tear his phallus with my teeth, and I will bray his testicles in a mortar, and make poison thereof, to slay the sons of men." Corazon goes on to state, "I have prevailed against the kingdom of the Father, and befouled his beard. I have prevailed against the kingdom of the Son, and torn off his phallus. But against the kingdom of the Holy Ghost shall I strive and not prevail." As stated earlier, Satanists make numerous references to a devilish force stealing the creative power of the Most High God, and this has given birth to much phallic symbolism. Subservient to Hades are many lesser demons, some of which are merely empty shells with little intellect. For the novelist H.P. Lovecraft, Hades went by the name Azagthoth, the mad blind god. Azagthoth is presented as the leader of the demons and resides at the center of the universe in a dark underworld called the Agigi. Azagthoth is described as the embodiment of chaos, extremely powerful, and rendered sightless in some battle. The mad god sits upon a black throne, where he rules the dead spirits of the outer void. The black man of the Sabbat, Baphomet, is considered the messenger of Azagthoth, and his will made flesh. When the stars assume the correct positions, and the rays that come from them are no longer poisonous, Azagthoth will lead the Titans out of the abyss and into the world of man. The old ones intend on ruling the earth as they once did. In this new age, the human race will of course be reduced to slaves and food. In Egyptian mythology, Apep, called the Chaos Serpent, lurked in the Tuat, which is the Egyptian underworld. The Tuat was considered a dark, alter universe. Every night the sun god Ra would descend into the underworld, and there he would find Apep lying in ambush. Reminiscent of Corazon and his 10th ether, Apep's domain was called the 10th region of night. This serpent, also symbolized by a crocodile or dragon, is purported to have a hypnotic gaze. In Greece, this monster of chaos was known as Apophis. As the story goes, Set, who is also a god of darkness and chaos and once the defender of Ra, did battle with Apep and defeated him. It is said that total victory over the Chaos Serpent is impossible, as the wicked demon can regenerate and return to life. Many Satanists make mention that Set did not destroy Apep, but instead absorbed the essence of Apep into his own being. Set became the master of Apep and gained new powers from being merged with this mighty demon. This probably contributed to further corrupting Set and driving him from the light. Apep, whose number is 333, is therefore half of the essence of Lucifer, whose number is 666, and therefore complete. Apep, who became the shadow aspect of Set, has titles like the Great Rebel and the Evil One. This guardian of the abyss is sometimes spoken of as a female character, and is frequently associated with a single, lidless eye. This being is also closely associated with the triangle being a three-sided shape, and his seal has often been depicted as 3 triangles in an arrangement that resembles a nuclear or radiation symbol. Leviathan appears to be another name for the demon Corazon and is associated with the West and is called the guardian of the gate to the abyss. Leviathan is commonly described as a writhing mass of demons bound in a single body. Leviathan is also closely related to the primal goddess Tiamat because it is said that she had been at war with the angel race before the fall of Azazel. Imagery of water is frequently related to the abyss, and so Leviathan is called the serpent or dragon of the depths. I have also heard it remarked that it was another fallen angel, Dagon, who bound Leviathan in Tartarus. Satan is easily the most enigmatic character in all the occult and mythology. No character out there is more shrouded in a cloak of names. I admit much remaining confusion regarding the details of this character because of the name game that magicians tend to play regarding his different aspects. The first thing you should do is free yourself from the mindset that this character Satan has anything to do with Christianity, for it is often accused that Christians have fabricated stories of this character as a scapegoat for the evils that beset the heavens and the earth. Perish the thought. This character Satan has a name in every religion and mythology on the planet, and, because of spiritual merging that I just spoke about, may be connected with multiple gods in the same tradition. Satan is spoke of as he who was instrumental in the war against the Titans and once sat beside the throne of God, but desired it so much that he was cast out of heaven. Satan is called Shaitan and Iblis by the Muslims, Set and Seker by the Egyptians, Samael by the Hebrews, and Ahriman by the Persians. Satan is the god who carries away the soul. A well-known symbol, that of an all-seeing eye, is related to Satan and has been called the Eye of Set. Satan is a god of the setting sun and is therefore often symbolized by a black sun or a sun that is in total eclipse. Perhaps it was a time before the merger of Satan and Hades, but once these two beings competed for the souls of the Nephilim who had died in the flood. Satan sent Ishtar to the gates of the underworld, demanding the souls of the Nephilim from Hades. Lucifer, who is also called Azazel and Prometheus, absorbed the essence of Satan. Think of Lucifer as an avatar of Satan. And it must be remembered that Lucifer is Satan only because of the merger. Upon falling to earth, he worked some kind of transformation upon himself, where he became both angel and demon. Azazel, one of the children of Jehovah, fell from heaven along with Leviathan, Belial, Beelzebub, Ashtoreth, Asmodeus, Dagon, Satan, and many others whose names go unrecorded. Lucifer is often characterized with 12 emerald-colored wings and is called the Peacock Angel. Lucifer is said to have many faces and forms, and when he appears on earth, he arrives in the form of Baphomet, the black man of the Sabbat. Azazel and his bride Lilith spawned a race of demons which plague man to this day. Lucifer refused to bow before humans, who he claimed were made from mere clay, as opposed to himself, who was angelic and therefore made of light. Satanists often speak of Lucifer as he who recognized his own will and desires outside of the will of God. Fearful that the other angels would begin to develop their own quote-unquote selfhood, God had Azazel cast from heaven. Azazel is, to this day, associated with outcasts and scapegoats. Lucifer, who is now both angel and demon, is called the bringer of the black flame and represents the ideal of every Satanist to achieve union of their angelic and demonic guardians. The direction associated with Lucifer is the east, whereas Satan proper is associated with the north. Lucifer is said to be capable of cunning and deceptive speech, and this can be paralleled to Prometheus, who has many wiles and clever in rhetoric. Upon falling to earth, Lucifer's physical appearance is often described as a handsome, androgynous, or hermaphroditic figure, with pale white skin, silvery hair, and bright green eyes. Those of the Nephilim race, who were the children of the fallen angels, were also said to have pale skin, silver hair, and bright eyes. It is said that the Sphinx originally bore the face of Lucifer himself, before an Egyptian king restored the Sphinx with his own face. After assuming the form of Azazel, Satan used his newly won creative energy to give birth to the Nephilim race, who was half angel and half man. After stealing the creative energy from Jehovah, the angels would multiply no more, and Satan intended to use the Nephilim to increase his numbers, being still outnumbered by the angels. Many of these Nephilim would die in the flood, but a bloodline like that of the Nephilim Goliath and his brothers did survive. These giants were warlike, brutal, and ruled over humanity. They also contended a lot with each other, and there was much infighting. Upon dying a mortal death, these Nephilim roamed the earth in spirit and caused strife among mankind to this day. It is important to keep in mind that there were two separate races of giants that once ruled the earth. The first race of giants was that of the Titans, who were not of the angelic race, and the second was the Nephilim, who were the offspring of the fallen angels with mortal women. Many of these Nephilim that were born to human women were brought forth by cesarean section, and would often kill the women who bore them. The fall of Azazel is a parallel of the Prometheus story. If you recall, Prometheus defied Zeus and stole fire from the gods. Azazel taught man the sciences and sorcery. And of course, you have the aforementioned Pemba, who was expelled from heaven after stealing male seeds from the gods and spread those corrupted seeds upon the earth. Prometheus stole fire, which is symbolic for the male creative principle, whereas Pemba stole quote-unquote male seeds. It was Satan, speaking through the mouth of Azazel, that deceived Eve in the Garden of Eden. After his fall from the throne of heaven, Lucifer led the other angels to the black void of the universe and declared this chaotic dimension their new home. This chaotic universe that these fallen angels inhabited, a place called hell by most, was ever changing. The things contemplated on in the minds of the angels came instantly into being. This chaotic realm became a reflection of the collective consciousness of the fallen angels, so objects would appear and disappear at random, and there was no order. Although members of the occult have been tight-lipped regarding the matter of aliens, I have managed to deduce that the UFOs are the minions of Satan. These UFOs are coming from an extra dimension, but one that is apparently not totally chaotic. These aliens are obviously doing much research into genetics and breeding. Breeding what? I do not know. Horrors, no doubt. Satanists also chuckle about the artificially created New Age movement and claim Satan is behind its creation by controlling these aliens and using contactees and abductees to spread the messages which founded the New Age movement. No surprise there, since these messages from aliens always seem to support humanism and world government. As for these quote-unquote greys, they appear to be a mass-produced, genetically engineered servant. Asmodeus is an archdemon and servant of Lucifer. By some accounts, Asmodeus is Lucifer, and he took Satan, or Hades, into his own essence. Asmodeus is further associated with Samael, who is also associated with Lucifer. Asmodeus is a powerful, high-ranking demon and one of the lords of the Cliboth, or the underworld. He is a demon of lust, whose duty it is to estrange newlyweds. It is said that King Solomon once had power over Asmodeus and forced him to help build his temple. Asmodeus is said to be frustrated and under the dominion of Archangel Raphael. This fallen angel is called the Demon of the Wounding Spear and is often depicted having 3 heads and riding a dragon. One of his heads is that of a ram, one of a human, and the last of a bull. He is often called the god of the witches, the god of sorcery, the god of the circle, and is sometimes called the serpent. Asmodeus is responsible for many of humanity's scientific achievements and has long taught sorcery, mathematics, and the arts. Asmodeus, also called Eshma, Asmodee, and Chashmodee, is considered a prime initiator in magic, which further connects him to Lucifer and Baphomet. He is a prince of hell and governs 72 legions of spirits. Asmodeus is considered extremely fast-moving and very much plays the role of a messenger for the dark gods, because he is the earthbound one. Asmodeus is extremely insightful and psychic. He is highly intelligent and makes excellent predictions regarding the future. He also may be subject to abrupt mood swings. Asmodeus, like Lilith, has also approached the gates of Sheol. Ashtaroth is one of the angels that fell from heaven with Azazel. This demon, who is one of the princes of hell, inspires laziness and teaches the liberal arts. His description is that of a man, pale as death, with jet black eyes without pupils, wearing a crown, holding a serpent, and riding an infernal dragon. Like Lucifer, he is also an angel-demon mix, and is considered an initiator, and can aid the magician with spiritual development. I have heard it remarked that Ashtaroth is simply a male emanation of the goddess Ishtar, who is Lilith. It has been reiterated that this spirit works closely with Asmodeus for quite a few magical operations, like fortune-telling. Cain, as the Christians know him, is the first son of Adam and Eve, and also the first murderer. Cain was jealous of his righteous brother Abel. So one day, while out in the field, Cain murdered Abel. The Lord, enraged at what Cain had done, drives Cain away from his parents and places a mark upon him so that people who cross his path do not slay him. I have always thought that the standard Christian interpretation of this story was wrong. Just listen to the wording. Here's the Lord speaking to Cain after his crime. In Genesis chapter 4, verse 11, we read, "And now thou art cursed from the earth, which hath opened up her mouth to deliver thy brother's blood from thy hand. When thou tillest the ground, it shall not henceforth yield unto thee her strength. A fugitive and a vagabond shalt thou be in the earth." And Cain said unto the Lord, "My punishment is greater than I can bear. Behold, thou hast driven me away on this day from the face of the earth, and from thy face shall I be hid. And I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth. And it shall come to pass that everyone that findeth me shall slay me." And the Lord said unto him, "Therefore whoever slayeth Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold." And the Lord set a mark upon Cain, lest any finding him should kill him. And Cain went out from the presence of the Lord, and dwelt in the land of Nod, on east of the garden. And Cain knew his wife, and she conceived, and bare Enoch. And he builded a city, and called the name of this city, after the name of his son, Enoch. Firstly, who does Cain suspect will kill him if he and his parents are, allegedly, the only people on the planet? Secondly, how would a literal mark on the body stop anyone from slaying you? And thirdly, Who's this girl he met in the land of Nod when, again, his parents are allegedly the only other humans on the planet? Occultists have a different view of Cain. They claim that Cain was the child of Lucifer and Lilith, and they sometimes speak of Lucifer as possessing Adam, while Eve herself was possessed by Lilith. Other times, they speak of Azazel as the direct father after his merger with Satan, seducing Eve and quote-unquote spitting filth into her. Still in other cases, they speak of Cain as the direct child of Lucifer and Lilith. Cain, like his father Lucifer, is strongly associated with Baphomet and the black man of the Sabbat, and has been called the earthly devil. Cain is apparently the avatar by which Satan visits the realm of the flesh. Cain also represents humanity perfected, as he is both angel and demon. Cain is said to be the firstborn child of witch's blood, and it is he who bestows the mark of the beast. Belial is yet another character who is spoke of as another aspect of Satan, who rules over Hades. Other times, Belial is spoke of as a separate entity from Satan. In some accounts, Belial was with Azazel when he fell from heaven, and was given guardianship over the gates of hell. In other accounts, he fell from heaven before the fall of Azazel. He is the ruling prince of Sheol, and is perhaps another name for Hades. According to the Kabbalah, he is God's worst enemy. This demon is capable of granting favors and making enemies into friends. Belial is also half angel and half demon, and is also considered an initiator who can perform the surgical operation of transformation upon one's spirit. He is said to govern over 50 legions of spirits and demands sacrifice. Belial is associated with the north and may arrive with the appearance of two beautiful angels riding in a chariot of fire. The Bible and the Quran describe Gog and Magog as the enemies of God, but these two characters also appear in mythologies and folklore. In the Bible, after Satan is freed from 1,000 years of imprisonment, in Revelation chapter 12, verse 7, we read, "And when the 1,000 years are expired, Satan shall be loosed out of his prison, and shall go out to deceive the nations which are in the four quarters of the earth, Gog and Magog, to gather them to battle, the number of whom is as the sand of the sea." In the Quran, Gog and Magog are described as being locked behind a barrier. In the Quran, chapter 21, verse 96, we read, "But there is a ban on a town which we have destroyed, that they, the people of the town, shall not return, until the Gog and Magog are let through their barrier, and they spread out and from every direction." In some traditions, these two characters are human. In other traditions, Gog and Magog represent non-human giants. Many in the Christian community have equated Gog and Magog with world powers like Russia. I'll spare you the details of their belief because it's so stupid, and because it's not supported by mythologies and religions who speak of these two characters as individual entities. The occult's perspective of Gog and Magog is by far the most colorful and probably right. Magog is apparently the parent of Gog, and the race this duo spawned were the first giants. This race was always at war with the race of the angels, and, in some cases, was spoke of as triumphing over the angels and even making slaves of them. Gog was apparently the father and leader of this race, making Magog his mother and consort. This race of giants, which desecrated the earth, was eventually defeated by the heroics of Jehovah, Satan, and the other archangels. After a massive rock was hurled to earth, the Titans were destroyed, and the angels seized dominion over the earth. The souls of Magog, Gog, and the dead race of giants are said to be locked in the earth, waiting to be released when the rays of the stars are no longer poisonous to them. Dagon, he who allegedly bound Leviathan, is also said to be the son of Gog. I'm just a guy from Florida who found out about 9/11 in the spring of 2006. As my research began to expand, I felt like someone who was plunged into a fog and yet never saw things more clearly. All those times my grandmother explained to me the things my generation would see, and all the times I was told the meaning of the eye on the dollar bill, and all the times I inwardly chuckled at her stories, seemed to echo from the past and chuckle back. I started to suspect that quote-unquote conspiracy land already had all the answers, and that the most I would have to do is find and study the work of the right researchers. Never was I so big-headed as to think that I would play any part in the unveiling that is happening in our time, nor discover anything new, and I was perfectly content with being a mouthpiece for other people's messages. But I also saw much flaw in conspiracy land, which came in the form of disinformation, misinformation, and everyday hair splitting. I was also slowly growing aware of a repeating theme in mythologies and movies. Over a period of 2 years, I would make 6 or so documentaries regarding Illuminati symbolism and mythology in Hollywood movies. But there was indeed something lacking from the conclusions of most occult researchers, and even the conclusions made in my own documentaries and research. Why does the Illuminati use occult symbols? Where do they stand to gain by practicing the occult? And if the occult is nothing but magic, why do these researchers never explain the details of sorcery and how the Illuminati use it? The more I learned, the more frustrated I became with the unanswered questions. I decided that the time had come for me to start reading satanic books and skip the middleman, because typing satanic occult symbolism into YouTube had apparently expended itself. Those occult authors revealed to me a world unlike anything I encountered in any documentary out there. For as many people who claim to have studied the occult, none have ever reported to me these reoccurring themes in satanic books. Either these researchers did not research what they said they did, or they simply scan-read satanic literature looking for vague statements that support their pre-existing theory. Anything these researchers found in those satanic books that they did not believe in personally was obviously not reported to us. I have tried to report on the matter without the filter of any pre-existing beliefs. I should not have been the one to inform you that the Illuminati believe in permanent spiritual transformation through ritual. It is difficult, if not impossible, to do any respectable amount of research into Satanism without stumbling across this fact. I can honestly say that I wish you hadn't heard it here first, because it only means you learned too late. This book is a distillation of knowledge from many occult and satanic sources that are freely available. It will certainly prepare you to better understand the occult, and if you ever start doing your own research or practice of the occult, you will discover that I reported accurately in this book. I wrote this book with much haste, and whole chapters could be written on subjects I glazed over in a single paragraph, but, as I stated, I will waste no words here. I was aiming for brevity, and did not feel that this book should become a place where I document every little thing I know, lest I be forced to speculate more often and turn this text into something of a manifesto. I hope you found this book entertaining and enlightening. I hope this book changed the way you think about the world. I hope I spoke in a fashion that was plain and clear, and I hope that this is what I was supposed to do relative to the eyes of God. Much love, labor, and light to you all. Michael Wynn.